on that issue. I think so far, members, we have achieved quite a lot. In our last meeting, just a quick recap, we said that we'll invite the City of Cape Town. I'm sorry, I also did not acknowledge and recognize their presence.
Recording in progress.
The City of Cape Town, representatives from the fire department. At the point when you are making your presentation, then you will be able to introduce yourselves. And we said that the SAPS to also come before the committee to brief us about their role, and DPWI to brief on the BDO report. If you could remember the BDO report, it was tabled, but we then felt that we were not given time to engage on the report. And lastly, we need to resolve on the oversight visit to an alternative site. Normally, before we start, we invite members of the executive authority to give us a word, but today I don't think that it is necessary for us to do that, since this meeting is not about them. It's about the continuation and the recommendations that members made in the previous meeting. I'm going to request that we allow Cindy maybe just a few minutes to take us through apologies if there are any. Co-chair, if you are able to connect, you're welcome. You did indicate that you're not feeling well. So I hope that everything will be okay. And at some point, you will be able to participate, but you're welcome, Chair. Even though that you have indicated that you're not well, your apology is noted. Cindy, can you please take us through apologies if there are any?
Yes, Chairperson, we received apologies, no apologies from our committee, apart from Member Sangu, but we received apologies from the PCN Police, from Reverend Meshwe, and Member Sheikh Imam and Majozi. And from the Standing Committee on Public Works, we received an apology from Mr. Moemang. Also an apology from Minister Tlele, who's got a cabinet commitment, and from the Commissioner for Police as well, who also has another commitment. Chair, but those are the apologies we received.
Okay. Apologies are in order. Thank you very much. They are noted. Cindy, just flight the...
Sorry, Chair.
Let's also agree for order and progress. For order and
Chairperson.
Progress. Just wait, member. Just hold, member. Member, just hold. For order and progress, please raise your hand on the platform. When you are speaking, please, you speak only when you are recognized, so that we maintain the order and the decorum for this meeting. Lastly, make sure that you turn on your camera and introduce yourself. Okay, I see there's a hand of Madeline and there's a hand of Lindy Mjobo. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. It's just an apology. Honourable Graham Marais will be a little late joining the meeting. She is on another meeting. I will indicate to her as soon as we start the presentation, she will leave the meeting that she is on to join us. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mjobe, your hand was up as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. My apology, because of network, I can't connect my camera.
Your camera.
Yes. I have an apology of Comrade Nolita. She's not well today.
Oh, sorry, Chairperson.
Okay.
We are still on apologies. Are there further apologies? Member Mjobo, please lower your hand. Thank you. Let's move. Cindy, flight the agenda on the screen. Okay. Yes, the City of Cape Town Fire Department, I see here that it is the Chief Fire Officer who is going to take us through. You're welcome. I don't see, I think you've been allocated time, but that's not a problem. I want to welcome you. Please switch on your camera so that we can all see you. Thank you very much. That's the first agenda item. And then immediately after that, then it will be briefing by SAPS. We will then engage on the 2 reports, and DPWI will be the last one to give us the BDO report. Okay. The Chief Fire Officer from the City of Cape Town, you're welcome. The platform.
Chairperson.
There are some hands, Chair.
Honorable Hadebe.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. As you know that my network is usually very poor, so I don't use the camera. But we have not yet adopted the agenda. The next item after apologies is supposed to be the agenda. There's something I want to raise around the issue of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought we were still busy with apologies, but nonetheless, Chair, I do want to raise a concern because as you will recall, last week we had 11th hour cancellation of this portfolio committee. By your own admission, you had stated that members of the executive were not available to attend that meeting. And now we are having a situation where this morning again, we are told that the Minister of Police is unable to attend due to other commitments. I think, Chair, it's quite important that as Parliament, we assert our authority here. The Minister of Police has yet to appear in any of the platforms, in any of the portfolio committees where he's been summoned by Parliament. And ultimately, he's got to be here. So I saw that there was an apology. I don't know if maybe that has changed. Thank you.
Comrade Chair,
The Minister of Police is on the platform.
the meeting. Better check.
Yes, the Minister is here. Minister, we apologize on behalf of the member.
I've long joined the meeting.
No, it's fine, Minister. It's fine. It's fine.
Thank you.
It's fine.
But he has not recognized that minister. He's out of order. He should have voted for a chair to recognize him.
Let's not do that, members.
He must not do that. Minister, you must not do that. This is our meeting.
It's only one Chairperson.
Only one chair here.
Chairperson, please recognize us.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Chairperson, please recognize
I want
us.
progress in this meeting. I want us to unite. You know, at least there must be one item that unites us as leaders of South Africa. I want us to treat this item with the respect and the sensitivity that it deserves, because it's not about any political party, but it's about South Africans.
Exactly,
The
Chair.
highest office of the land, it has been banned.
Yes.
Members, we need to get to the bottom of this without grandstanding, trying to outsmart one another, exchanging unpleasant words. We need calmness when dealing with this matter, because it's a very sensitive matter. And if we do that, we are going to lose our objective. So our objective is to conduct oversight, to get to the bottom, to understand really what happened. Is there any ulterior motive for the banning of this institution? Or it was an accident? And if that, this must never happen, not only to Parliament, but in all our government facilities, because as things stand now, we really don't know what's happening. But if we continue doing this, members, we're not going to achieve anything. So I'm going to make my humble appeal that we also refrain from trying to engage to topics that will further compromise the investigations. We know investigations are ongoing. We're calling the police, we're calling the fire, because at some point we need formal communication from them. We do not want to rely on media reports and speculations. So as Parliament, we've got the right to get that information. But as also when we engage, we should also be mindful of the fact that investigations are at a very sensitive stage. So we do not also have to enter a space whereby we are going to compromise or open up the investigations. So members, I want to make that plea. I want calmness. I want calm. And also that we should get a progress. I see there's a hand of Member Khadebe. Minister,
Yes.
please lower your hand.
No, but my hand is
Okay, thank you.
And,
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sindisiwe Mthembu. Oh, it's Linda Moss. Linda Moss, please mute your mic. Member Khadebe, what is it that you want to raise? I thought I've made my point clear so that now we can
No,
continue
Chairperson.
with the business.
No, I was on the issue of the agenda. We have not
Okay.
adopted the agenda.
All right, it's
Number
fine. Can
2,
we
Chair.
then adopt the agenda?
Number 2, Chair. No, before we adopt, I want us to put something at the end, before the closure. You
Your
see that
proposal
all
that
the
we
reports, are dealing with Parliament. Nah, it will be wrong that Parliament is not given the time to respond. Whatever is raised from the City of Cape Town, from the police, or from the public works. So I think that after all the presentations are made, the Parliament must be given a right to respond, as they've already sent a report to us. I think that's the agenda item I wanted to be included. And also agree with your decision, the way you said you are going to approach this meeting. Really, the portfolio committees are an extension of Parliament. I think that the decorum of Parliament must be respected. So the ministers, the president, everyone is treated as a member of Parliament. So I think that the rules of Parliament must apply accordingly. So I'm in agreement with your ruling that let us treat each other with dignity so that we deal with the issues which are in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I must agree with my colleague that have just spoken, the Honourable Member, that Parliament must be given an opportunity to respond. They are an interested party in this here in this sitting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Also bearing in mind that maybe there might be issues that they will not be able to respond to, but it's fine. At the end, we will then afford them the opportunity to respond. Okay. Can we continue now? Yo, what have I done? Am I still audible, Cindy? Cindy?
You're audible.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, I've lost my screen. Oh, I'm back. Okay, fine. Let's continue now. Can I then now invite the City of Cape Town Fire Department?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if everybody can hear, if they can just acknowledge whether they can hear at the moment.
Yes, we can hear you. But
Honourable Ministers, members of the committee, I have been requested, and thank you for the opportunity, I've been requested to provide an overview of the Parliament fire which occurred on the 2nd of September. Just briefly in terms of that incident, I think it's all well known now that we received the call early in the morning of the 2nd, Sunday the 2nd of January. Yes, ma'am.
Just
yes, ma'am.
Just hold. My humble apologies for interrupting. I think it will be important that you introduce yourself so that we know who are we speaking to, who's reporting to us. Maybe your rank also, and then what will be of importance is that whether were you there or not there. I think maybe those are the questions that we can come to at a later stage, but it is important that you please indicate your name and your rank, and please switch on your camera. Cape Town does not have connectivity problems. Please switch on your camera as well.
My apologies, ma'am. It seems that my camera is on, so I'm not sure why it's not providing the actual image. So please indicate if it's still not there. My name is Ian Schnettler. It's the Chief Fire Officer for the City of Cape Town, the Fire and Rescue Service. And in answer to your question, yes, I was at the incident to observe what occurred as the Chief Fire Officer, not actively involved in any firefighting activities, but to oversee on certain times of the day what was transpiring at Parliament. As in terms of my opening address, just to give you a brief overview of the events and a short timeline of the events of the actual incident. Going back to the beginning, on the 2nd of September, Sunday, our crews arrived at 16:06:18 on the Sunday morning, where they encountered a fire in the old assembly section on the 3rd floor, where they started firefighting operations, and within 20 minutes, or within 2 minutes of that particular call of 2 fire engines arriving, they requested extra resources, and by 06:45 there were 6 fire engine crews on scene. They encountered difficulties in accessing the building. They had to make a forced entry on the old assembly side, and they commenced firefighting activities throughout that particular day, which then the fire started and was involving the National Assembly building. And for the majority of Sunday through to Monday afternoon, they proceeded with firefighting operations, and on Monday afternoon between 1600 and 1700, the fire in the roof void of the National Assembly spread, and by 09:30 or 21:30 that evening, that fire was then brought under control, where it spread through the roof of the new National Assembly building. The firefighting operations and monitoring operations after that continued into the Tuesday and the Wednesday, after which the building was officially handed over to Colonel Jacobs from the SAPS Forensics Department, and all of our crews withdrew on Wednesday, the 5th of January. During the proceedings at Parliament, our fire safety officers were requested to be on scene, which is a standard practice, and they did some observations, of which that report, I believe, has been made available, where they made some observations with regard to the fire safety equipment at the building. And in essence, fire extinguishers, hose reels, and first-hand firefighting were all in order. They did have observe that with regard to the fire alarm system and the sprinkler system, did not appear to operate, and they also could not establish with regard to the sprinkler systems, in essence, whether they had been activated or not, and throughout firefighting operations it appeared that they did not activate. So those were the two or the main findings with regard to the fire safety observations, and please understand it's observations at this stage, in terms of the building itself. They did also find that in certain aspects, some of the fire escape doors had been opened and left open, and in terms of that at times would have assisted in spreading the fire. They did encounter, our firefighting crews did encounter quite a lot of difficulty in the National Assembly building to make headway in terms of combating the fire, because the National Assembly roof section, which has marble coating, that started collapsing and affected the safety of the crews. But other than that, in terms of the overall firefighting operations, there was no injuries to staff, and the firefighting operations, for all intents and purposes, went smoothly throughout the time period from the 2nd through to the 5th, basically 3 or 4 days that the City of Cape Town attended to the incident. I do have the head of our fire safety section, Mr. Ignatius Smart. He is on the call, as well as Divisional Commander Ludwig Nesbitt, under whose area Parliament and the CBD does reside. And if there are any further specific questions around any fire safety issues, Mr. Smart and Mr. Nesbitt are available to answer any of those questions. It's a very brief overview that I have provided, but if there are any questions, I'm welcome to field any of those questions with Mr. Smart and with Mr. Nesbitt on the call as well.
Are you inviting Mr. Smuts to take over? Are you inviting Mr. Smuts to continue with the presentation?
Ma'am, that's the sum total of my presentation. As I've indicated, if there is any questions or any queries around the report, which is the post-assessment report, you're welcome to pose those questions to Mr. Smart or Mr. Nesbitt.
Okay, that's fine. I'll pardon you for not turning on your camera, but I'm not happy. I equally think that members are not happy about that. Okay, it's fine. Members.
Sorry, ma'am. To interrupt. I've tried all aspects to turn on the camera. If somebody can maybe guide me if there's another button I need to press, but for all intended purposes, I have opened my camera portal, but it does appear that I have not been, that you can't see me.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Can I then invite the police? Member Hadebe, your hand is up.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. I thought that because this reports, take for example, that one of the PTO is very long and that one of the police is very long. Why don't we just deal with this report and take it out of the way, and then we can take the two together, because the police and the public works, they work together, close together in the issue of Parliament security. I don't know whether we could take questions now, so that, because this report was very short. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Maybe let's do that. Members, let's engage on this report. It was just
my hand was up.
Short. Or you want to be the first one on the report?
Yes.
Okay, let me then first take hands. Okay. There's member Peki Khadebe. There's member Siviwe Khwarube. There's member Muletsani. There's member Khai.
Chair.
There's member Matapelo Siwisa.
Chair.
Hello.
Can I come in before you take the hands on what Honorable Khadebe suggested?
Okay, you can do that. Let
Yeah,
me first note. Let me first note hands. Who's speaking now?
It's Umpile.
Okay, Umpile. Let me just take these three last hands. It's Samantha, it's Octer, it's Member Singh, it's Kaiso. Umpile speak.
All right, no, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to caution all of us that we just adopted the agenda as is. And now if along the agenda items, we still come and chop and change here and there, whether it's reasonable or not, but I'm just saying, then what's the point of having adopted the agenda? So I just want us to stick to the agenda. If the agenda says, let's take all the presentations and then we do discussions later, let's follow that. That's my picture.
Fair as well. I'll make a ruling. We continue with the agenda. Members, lower your hands. Can I invite the police? Minister Bekitele, you're welcome. Can I invite you to maybe first address us? And then you will decide who is going to then take us through your...
Good morning, Chair. I thought
Yes.
you said the ministers would not speak in this meeting. It will be continuation of the meeting that took place last week.
No,
Chair.
not you. You're new minister. You must speak. Ministers that have been here will not speak except for you. With an exception for Minister Bekitele.
Thanks, Chair. I'm made a special request from the cabinet to be in this, and definitely I hope it will add value. I heard one member saying, this is your meeting. If it is that your meeting and not needed, we should be told so, but we thought that it would be important to come here so that we all put the shoulder on the wheel of trying to take the matter forward and put some light on the matter. Chairperson, our co-chairs, as I could see, will, from the side of the police, the person that has been leading this matter all the time is Lieutenant General Shabane, who is the head of the PSS in the police service. If, through you, Chair, we allow him to make the presentation from the police. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, and thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Ministers and Honorable Members. I am Lieutenant General Sam Shetlabane, responsible for Program 5, which is Protection and Security Services under the police, which we have 5 programs. Our presentation, the table of content will be as follows. It SAPS legal policy framework in terms of protection services, the role and function of the Division Protection and Secure Services, which is PSS Program 5, and then the functions of the component SAPS Static Protection Services, which is a sub-program within Program 5, which is responsible for as a protecting force within the Parliament and the 9 provincial legislatures, and other strategic installation, which we sit with the 217 national key point, as well as 248 strategic installation that would account in terms of buildings, government buildings, etc. And then we'll also look at the physical security measures, and we'll look at the National Key Point Act, which is currently the one that is regulating all the national key points of 1980, acted number 102 of 1980. And we also going to look at the inhibiting factors, and then we'll look at the security breach, and then we'll look at the division PSS. Maybe we can move the slide so that it will be much easier if I look at from the slide, from the presentation, yes. And then we'll look at the inhibiting factors, and then would look at the security breach itself, and then we'll look at the division PSS internal investigation, which we'll talk into, and then we talk to intervention plan and conclusion. We can proceed. The legal mandate of the South African Police Service is derived from the Constitution. That is the Section 205 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. The objective of policing are to prevent, combat and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, uphold and enforce the law. That is in terms of Section 205. So our mandate is derived from this 205 section in terms of the Constitution. We can proceed. The continuation in terms of the legal framework, protection security services are performed in terms of the Constitution, where the interim Constitution of SA, Republic of SA, 1993, Act 2200 of 1993, which then reads that the National Commissioner shall be responsible for protection services. The SAPS Act 1995, Act 68 of 95, Section 11(1) further states that the National Commissioner may examine, exercise the powers, I beg your pardon, exercise the power and shall perform the function necessary to give effect to Section 218 of 1 of the Constitution. We can proceed. What you see is a further illustration in terms of our mandate, in terms of the legal framework that we. I'm sorry, I just missed the. Here we're just looking at the further legal framework, and then we're looking at this is what we derive in terms of protection and secure services in as far as the policies or legal framework, and then we have stated in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996, and then we have the Cabinet Memorandum 11 of June 2003, where it further gives us the mandate as the protection and secure services to be able to provide, the 3 functions that we would later talk to. And then we also have the Act itself, that is Act of 68 of 1995 in terms of South African Act, Police Act. And then we have the protection security services strategy. So in terms of our strategy, how we then execute in as far as your national key point and other strategic installation, we have the national key point itself as the act which regulates all the national key points in terms of compliance, and we do assessments and the audits to key points. And then we have MPSS, which is minimum physical security standard, which then it means each and every national key point as well as the strategic installation, they have to comply in terms of this minimum physical security standard. So it means we would have officers that would be going to whether it's national key points, whether it's within government or parastatals, then they will do assessment and produce a document. So this is what it's regulated in terms of that national key point, which then you have the MPSS. And then you've got on the right-hand side, you then have the RIMAS. RIMAS stands for the Risk Information Management System, which is a policy, which is a Cabinet Memorandum 1A of 2004. This identifies all government, infrastructure or installation, and all those that would have to be then, afforded protection, whether it's national key points, whether strategic installation, or it's, important persons, and so on. And then, as I've indicated, then you've got security regulation. So it means in terms of the Program 5 as the division protection, we have three main functions that we perform. We have the static part, and then we have the regulatory, which is what we're talking about in terms of security, government security regulator. And then, as we indicated, then on the right-hand side, then you have another sub-program, which is the static component, which both these sub-programs, they're headed by major generals. You would have a major general responsible for static across the country in terms of like Parliament as a national key point, which becomes then the static protection within the police service, then the protecting force within, the national parliament, as I've said, even the 9 legislatures. And then the government security regulator, which is on the left-hand side, it's also headed by a major general. So this is where we regulate in terms of the acting as far as national key point is concerned, as well as the minimum physical security standard. We can proceed. The roles and functions of the Division Protection Security Services in effecting the said legal provision, Cabinet Memorandum of 200 that 2003, that the Division Protection and Security Services (PSS) render protection, effective and accountable protection and security service to all dignitaries and government interest in South Africa through the functions and provision of the, that is the three functions that would have indicated. One is the VIP, which is the sub-program, also VIP protection, which then accounts from the, the executive, ministerial, and provincial. That would result in terms of the intrinsic part of the protection. And then the third one would then talk to the static that we have referred to in terms of the protecting force within the parliament and the 9 legislatures and other strategic installation as a component. And then we have the third one, which is the regulatory service to all identify installation, including national key points. That is also a component within Program 5, which is the division. We can proceed. The functions of the component, now we zoom to the component itself, that is the static protection services, in terms of the their function. The primary aim of access control, basically the static component has a primary aim, which is to do access control as to safeguard the parliament. So in this instance, would zoom in terms of parliament, as well as the national key point, and ensure that the safety and the protection of very important person, the parliamentarians and the staff within the parliamentary precinct, as well as the the staff. I think this is what we have said. And then also do the access control is executed through the following primary function. One, it means we do the screening of any person who seeks access to determine if the person is a visitor or whether his or her reason for visiting the premises is a valid one. We also do the record keeping, permit issuing. We can proceed. And we do screening of permit and applicants and contractors. So it means in terms of those that will be applying, whether it's visitors and also contractors, then we do the screening of those applicants. We can proceed. The primary function of parliamentary protection. Now we zoom into the parliamentary protection services is focusing on internal security matters within the precinct. Why we are zooming into the parliamentary protection services is that we can see there is some kind of duplication. I think then would understand why we are touching in terms of parliamentary protection. What we're illustrating is that there is duplication in terms of responsibilities, because you have then the protecting force, which is the South African Police Service under the static, and then you have the parliamentary protection, which then it would not have been regulated, because under normal circumstances, what you would have in the national key point, whether it's a parastatal, then you would have a security, a private security, which is then is regulated in terms of SIRA. Now, when you look at then the parliamentary protection as the some kind of security is not regulated. So these are the things that we're trying to just highlight, I think, in this. So the main focus, as we understand, is that the mandate for parliamentary protection still needs to be addressed. That's why we say it's an area that I think as the South African Police Service, we have been engaging with Parliament in terms of really zooming into the Parliamentary Protection Service in terms of their mandate. But currently, their focus shall be on the following areas inside Parliament buildings. So it means basically, as we speak, they are responsible for internal, and that is inside Parliament, and also movement control of visitors after SAPS process of access control has been done. They also do key control, they do contingency planning, chamber security, document security, personnel security of employees of Parliament, information and communication technology security, managing the permit office, permit control, issuing of permits for members and employees, vehicle permits and contractors permits. So you can see the duplication in terms of the responsibilities between the static protection as well as the parliamentary protection. Hence, we indicated that there still need to be a further engagement with Parliament in terms of purifying the roles, which also is also regulated in terms of the Act in as far as national key point is concerned, because any protecting force in any national key point, it would be then regulated. It's either you would have the security itself, which is regulated by SIRA, and you would have then the local station that will also be part of the responsibility to protect the national key point. So in this instance, we have inside the South African Police Service who can proceed. Now we look at the physical security measures within, as MPSS, the minimum physical security standard is a policy document approved by the National Commissioner, which prescribes the minimum physical security standard of departments and also, the other, strategic installation and also national key points. The standard is designed to assist security managers. So it means each and every national key point, the strategic installation, there are security managers. So I think we would be aware that currently in Parliament would not have a security manager. I think there is a process of employing, but then it means when you look at it as far as the Act is concerned, this minimum physical security standard, it means it's designed to assist security managers. So there has to be a security manager that will liaise with the component government security regulator in terms of the Act and also in terms of the National Key Point Act, as well as the security advisory services that the division PSS security advisory services, this is what I was talking about, that is SAS is mandated to conduct physical security at identified installation government buildings as part of the risk limiting principles of the security, and to make a recommendation on appropriate security measures. Since 2004, the PSS, which is the Division and Security Advisory Services, conducted 5 security assessments with recommendation around Parliament. And the security assessments, because what we normally do, as would have indicated, that we produce assessments. It means we look at physical security within any national key point or strategic installation. Then we produce a document that will be given. So we would have, from 2004, we have produced 5 documents in terms of security assessment. Then we give it to the owner. In this instance, it would have then been given to Public Works for implementation. Thank you. The initiative to communicate emphasize the critical need for the enhancement of security measures at Parliament Precinct complex, amongst others, are the following. In 2013, the National Commissioner communicated to the Director General of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, highlighted security concerns at Parliament or in Parliament. So it means that then it shows that then you would have in 2013 would have produced a document, and there was a communique that was then sent to Public Works at the time. And also in 2016, a joint briefing of the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security, which is JCPS cluster, on the upgrade of Parliament. It was also, presented in 2016 in terms of looking at the upgrade of Parliament. And then in 2016 benchmark with international security standard, a visit by Secretary of Parliament at the time and the Divisional Commissioner at the time, which is the current National Commissioner. They went to Hungary, looking at the Hungary Parliament, which then there is a report. But what is key in this report is that, nothing from that time, which is 2016, that was implemented in terms of this benchmarking that was undertaken by the Secretary of Parliament at the time, as well as the Divisional Commissioner at the time of PSS, which is the current National Commissioner. In 2018, a joint briefing to the Portfolio Committee on Police and Public Works on progress made to improve security at National Parliament, as recommended on the 26th September 2018. So what we're also indicating here is that there was a briefing that was done to the Portfolio Committee on Police on the upgrade in terms of what needs to be done in Parliament, which was joint between the police as well as Public Works. We can proceed. The physical security measures, it continues a minimum physical security standard on providing a facility for facilities for institutions. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure must ensure the following: physical security measures as prescribed by SAPS, which is Security Advisory Services, which is within the component within the South African Police Service under the division. So these are the officers that we spoke about that would go out and do security assessments for any national key point or strategic installation to contract process are adhered to. Threat and risk assessments are conducted by the relevant national intelligence. So it means we have also a process where the relevant national intelligence will do the risk and threat assessment in terms of whether it's a national key point or it's a strategic installation. Then it means based on that, then we'll be able to put appropriate measures at those national key points or strategic installation. Security assessment of facilities of drawing architectural designs thereof are that SAPS before any engagement is entered into to procure the property for an institution, and all the recommendation for security advisory are implemented. The Department of Public Works is responsible for implementation of physical security recommendation and government-owned buildings and government buildings declared as national key point. We can proceed. National Key Point Act 1980, Act number 102 of 1980, that is now we are looking at the National Key Point as the act. The definition of a national key point, it means we define any place is defined as any place or area declared under Section 2(1) of the National Key Point Act of 1980. Act number 102 of 1980, that is so important that its loss, damage or immobilization may prejudice the Republic, or it's necessary to expedient for the safety of the public in the public interest. Parliament was initially declared as the national key point in February 1980. So what it actually says is that no, the first time that it was only just the building, which was the one building which was declared. Furthermore, it was extended and declared as a national key point complex on the 12th January 2018. So it means the whole complex, starting from 10 days to whether the NCOP and also your 120 Plain Street and so on. So it's a precinct. So the whole complex, it is declared a national key point in 2018. Parliament is not exposed to disruption. Furthermore, it was extended and declared as a national key point complex on the 12th January 2018. Parliament is not exposed to disruptions and immobilization that could prejudice the country or its functioning. Section 3 of National Key Point Act prescribes that an owner shall, at his or her own expense, satisfaction of the Minister of Police in respect of the security of the national key point. We can proceed. Now we touch on the inhibiting factors that are inhibiting the protecting force, which is the static under the police. Since the declaration of Parliament Precinct Complex as a national key point on the 12th January 2018, as we have indicated, the following has not been implemented. A joint planning committee, which is JPC, which is prescribed in terms of the act that there must be a joint planning committee which sits in terms of security which is a coordinating structure established by the consultation with the protecting authority, and this still needs to be established by Parliament. So it means that this, in terms of all the national key points that would have been declared, then they have a JPC structure, which the current Parliament would not have. Among the critical areas highlighted in the physical security assessments are the current height of the perimeter fence at the back, which is government lane, it stands at 1.3 meters, and in terms of the Act, it should be at 3 meters high in terms of height. Physical security standard, that is what is prescribed in terms of, but we're in the process also with Parliament and Public Works as the implementing department. Also, what is also recommended, what would need to have within Parliament is the remote search park, which then it talks to any deliveries that should be done within Parliament. It should be a remote place where we use the K9 and so on. But currently we're doing within the Parliament precinct itself, which then it means it's a risk on its own. We can proceed. It continues the inhibiting factors, the power outage caused by ESCOM on the 21st December 2021 resulted in the malfunctioning of the video enter in the duration prior to the Parliament fire incident. It is reported that apparently the generator ran out of, because it means since from 21 December 2021, the monitoring room that we have at 100 Plain Street, we could not monitor because the video wall since from 21 December is down. So it means we're only able to monitor the external cameras from a small screen, which then gives us some challenge. Members could only monitor movement from a small, I think this is what I was explaining. Currently, Parliament is currently operating on two types of cameras, which is the inside cameras within the, whether it's the National Assembly, those ones, they are on the digital, which are quite clear, you would be able to see. But the ones that are outside, which is the ones that we are monitoring, the external cameras are analog, which then they don't have infrared system. So it means they are poor in terms of being able to identify any intrusion and so on. At the time of the incident, the Parliament Protection Services was on compulsory leave, meaning that it means we did not have the advantage of being able to see what is happening inside the Parliament, whether it's the National Assembly or any other building, because that is then monitored by Parliamentary Protection Services, not the police. The police are responsible for the external cameras. Parliament is constituted of 3 monitoring rooms which are not integrated, which is another inhibiting factor that we have identified. It means you've got 3 systems that are operating. One is the one that is monitored by Parliamentary Protection Services, which is the inside, and then you have the one that is monitored by SAPS at 100 Plain Street, and then you have another one which is monitored at NAs. Now you need those 3 monitoring rooms to be integrated, because otherwise then that's why you would have gaps within the system. The fire alarm of Parliament never went off at the City of Cape Town Fire Department. I think the fire chief, this is what would have indicated, because the members are the ones that were on duty on the day, on the 2nd of January 2022. The static members that were on duty were the ones that had to mobilize fire department to come after they've seen smoke and fire within Parliament. The water valves that supply water to the sprinklers within the building were found to be closed. I think the fire chief also indicated on this. The fire alarm only went off when the fire brigade was already on the scene extinguishing the fires. We can proceed. The security breach. Then in terms of the on the 2nd January 2022, there was a security breach. In terms of the static component, which is the protecting force within the Parliament or parliamentary precinct, then would have declared this as a security breach. Because there are two processes. One is that it's an incident, and the second one is a security breach, where a security breach in static protection environment means an unauthorized access to any protected installation or residence or any national key point that is protected by static, or any illegal person unauthorized in terms of if it then is found inside. That is just the definition of that. Members of PSS noticed a smoke coming from the National Assembly area. This is what we illustrated. Upon investigation and questioning the suspect, an African male, Mr. Zandile Christmas Mafe, trespassing, and a criminal case was opened. So it means we now know that we have opened a case. So there is a case that is open against Mr. Mafe. The suspect first court appearance was on the 4th of January 2022. So we're just accounting in terms of sequence of events. The suspect second court appearance was on the 11th January 2022 for bail information, and the case was then further remanded for the 11th February 2022 for bail application following a 30-day mental evaluation. On the 18th January 2022, the Western Cape High Court, however, ruled that the suspect should immediately be released from hospital and transferred to a normal correctional service detention facility. The criminal case is being investigated by a multidisciplinary task team led by the Directorate for Priority Investigation, that is DPCI. We can proceed. The security breach we have instituted, because we're running two processes. You have the criminal that is running, and then we have the departmental, which is looking at the security breach from the South African Police Service point of view. A departmental investigation has been instituted against the four members of the South African Police Service that were on duty. That 1 December, the following security breach, it means that these are the people that would have instituted disciplinary action against it. There is a commander, relief commander, that was on duty, which is clearly specified in terms of his and or her responsibility, as well as the 3 members that were posted at the 2 monitoring rooms, that is 10A and 100 Plain Street. We can proceed. The division PSS internal investigation, this is what we have touched on, extensively access compliance. So we have also a process of looking holistically in terms of the process flow leading to the the fire in Parliament as a national key point. So we have a team that is looking internally and do so. After we're finished with that report, it means we would have a holistic report that will give us an indication where are the gaps, where are the failures in terms of the system. So it means we look at from whether us as South African Police Service, we look at also even the parliamentary protection. So that is the responsibility that we would have taken apart from the criminal part. The assessment will provide insight into the level of compliance by various government institution relevant to the administrative, procedural and regulatory requirements in respect of Parliament or parliamentary precinct complex. We can proceed. SAPS has established a multidisciplinary collaborative plan with the key stakeholders. The purpose of this plan is to enhance security within Parliament. So what would have listed is the stakeholders that will be forming as an intervention plan. We have ourselves as SAPS, under static protection services, and then of course even parliamentary protection will also form part and parcel of that intervention plan. Crime intelligence and state security, the South African visible policing, basically City of Cape Town, Department of Social Development, Department of Health. These two departments, the Department of Social Development and Department of Health, why would we have put them is because we have, when we're scanning, would have realized that there are a lot of people mentally disturbed people around and homeless. So which is an issue that between the City of Cape Town as well the Department of Social Development and Department of Health, that we should have a plan that will be able to mitigate some of the challenges that we are confronted with. We can proceed. In conclusion, cognizance needs to be taken that Parliament is declared as a Parliament for people. The Parliament precinct is declared as the heritage. There's also an issue around Parliament being a heritage, which then there has been a lot of to and fro in terms of discussing with the South African Heritage Resource Agency in terms of what can be done and what cannot be done, which then has an impact in terms of the physical security measures that has to be put in Parliament. But there is some progress. Some of the areas where there has been some compromise that have been reached. Parliament for the People and the provision of the Heritage Act is a preserved heritage should be balanced in the interest of the national security. So what we're saying here is that whilst we take cognizance of the fact that Parliament is Parliament of the people and also it's a heritage site, but there has to be a balance between the three in as far as security is concerned, because if then we don't strike a balance, so it means we would have numerous security breaches or compromise in terms of the Parliament as a national key point. We can proceed. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Thank you very much, colleagues from the Western Cape Fire Department and colleagues from the SAPS. I think according to the agenda now, it is time for us to engage on both reports. I will not make any comments. I will, at the later stage, come in and make my comments. Let me note, members. Cindy, please help me. It's member Singh, number 1. Natapelo Siwisa. Muletsani, Samantha, Oktir, Groenewald.
Sorry, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
It's Singh here. My hand is up. May I kindly intervene and make a proposal that you did have a list before, and I don't want to go first because you had that list. And if you could follow that list, I mean, I won't have a problem. If other members feel that is okay.
Agreed, Member Singh.
I did not write it down. I cannot also recall.
Got the list, Chair.
Oh,
I was
okay.
the first one on the list.
Cindy, can you assist?
Yes, I can, Chair. Yes,
Oh,
so
okay,
the
let's do this. Let's do this. Members, let's do this. Cindy is going to note all the members that raised their hands the first time. And she is going to also add members that have just raised their hands now. I want you to allocate numbers to members, Cindy. And please let us just make sure that we go according to that order so that I don't have to come in at all times. Now, our rules have not changed. Please, when you speak, switch on your mic, switch on your camera for better recording. You will only speak once you've been allocated a number. Mute at all times, and let us avoid any unnecessary disruptions. Cindy, I'm handing over to you this part. Please make sure that you control it until the last member, and we all have time to speak, members. Please let us not maybe try to cause any tensions and disruptions unnecessarily. Cindy, go back to the
Chairperson, point of order.
Mr. Groenewald.
Chairperson, I just want to know, are you putting a limit on the number of questions each and every member can ask, or else, I mean, one member can start on asking a lot of questions. So I will propose that I'm used to it that you are restricted to say only maximum of 3 questions, because it's now follow-up questions. We're a lot of people in this committee, so I would like your guidance on this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There's a proposal for 3 questions per member because it's a follow-up. We're not starting from scratch. There's that proposal. Can I get someone seconding that proposal? I'm not opposed to it. I agree to it, even though I want people to speak.
Chairperson, I will second the proposal.
Okay, that's fine.
I will second this.
Chairperson, it's
Yes,
Honorable
Sarah?
Siwisa here.
Yes, Masvisa?
The report that you are having is from City of Cape Town and police, and it's the first time that we hear their report. So I don't see why should we limit the number of questions that we are going to ask, because it might be a follow-up from other meetings. But remember, in the past, SAPS was not here, so we might have questions that are directed to them that we could not put forward to them, because in the past they were not in this meeting, including the City of Cape Town, the Fire Department. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. There are 2 dissenting views. I'm going to allow members to engage, and then where I feel that maybe members are taking more time, that's when I will come in. So as is, let's allow members to feel free to ask questions. Cindy, can you note the list?
Agreed, Chair. Thank you very much for your ruling.
Yes, agreed. Cindy, please
Yes, Chair.
note the list.
Chair, yes, we've got 14 members who've raised their hands so far. So from 1 to 14 is Mr. Hadebe, Member Khwarube, Member Moletsade, Member Khai, Siwisa, Member Graham Murray, Member Ockert, Members Singh, Aiso, Groenewald, Members Hicklin, Maotwe, Van Schalkwyk, and Lesoma. 14 altogether, Chair.
14 members. Can we start? You all have your numbers in that order, members. I'm not going to be coming in. Please, in that order. Do you want us to repeat the order? Cindy, please do that quickly again so that members can remember their numbers.
So it's the following members number 1.
Chairperson, sorry. Chairperson, point of order. Well, the order has now been changed because I was called after Mr. Ockert, or the Honourable Member Ockert ter Blanche. Now I'm not there anymore. So why did the order then change?
What number do you want, member?
Please give him number 1, Chair. He must be the first one, please.
No.
Oh, Comrade Becky, please, let's not do this. Member Groeneval, do you have a preferred number? Do you want to be number 1, number 2, number 3? Don't
No, I
worry.
don't. I don't think it's fair to.
Remember, it is difficult for us to then be able to say who raised the hand before who. Because even in the system, sometimes you are the first one to raise your hand, but our names are not recorded the same. So you might be number 3 or number 1 on your gadget, but on my gadget, you might be number 15 or number 14. So let us not also go in that space. If you want to swap with the other member, it's fine. We can do that. What number is the other member?
Chairperson, if I may address you.
Yes.
It's not what I want to be. It's about the order of this meeting. And you've mentioned my name. And how it works in portfolio committees is that if you as chair has named an honourable member, that member speaks after that member. And
Okay.
that is as simple as that.
Honourable Groeneval, it's a technical issue. I want to apologize for that because, yes, before we allowed the police to speak, we had already pointed hands. So I want us to then stick to that list. You will definitely get your chance to speak. Everyone will get a fair chance to speak, even if there are follow-up questions. We will make provision for that. Let us not go in circles on this matter. Umpile, please switch off your mic. I'm going to give you time to speak. Let me speak. Let me be the last one to speak on this matter so that then we engage the reports before some of us, we forget the notes that we have made. Please, members, I want to make a humble plea and apology that I'm not going to allow anyone to speak further on this matter. I want us now to go straight to number 1, according to Cindy's list. Can we do that? The first person on according to Cindy's speech list, can we do that?
Thank you, Chairperson. This is Bey Khatebe, the member of the Joint Standing Committee of Financial Management of Parliament. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the work done by the Fire Department of the City of Cape Town for being available and then responding timelessly to the fire. But the question which I want to ask, Chair, is the issue of the report which is dated the 4th. The opening remarks of the report says that this is not an official fire report on the incident. This is for information purposes and observations, of which the presenter gave it as observation. So the issue then, it means that whatever it is which they presented today, we cannot take it as official. We cannot take it as official. And then because we are still going to await the forensic investigation, which must be done. But what I'm interested in, Chair, is that during that time of the fire, on the 2nd, the 3rd, during that week, there was seemingly a miscommunication between Parliament, Public Works, and the City of Cape Town. So what I'd like to ask is whether this report, this observation, did they send them to the stakeholders which are relevant? That is Public Works and Parliament of the Republic. Number 2, Chair, when you look at the first page of the report, the undermention refers, the sprinkler control valve set on the southern facade of the old assembly building had not activated. The sprinklers did not activate. So, but when you look at the presentation today, the presentation today is no longer as a matter of fact. In that report, it put as a matter of fact. But today, during the presentation, there's always a preface that it seems the sprinklers didn't work. It seems the alarm didn't work. Can we get clarity around that? What is it? And then will they agree with us that this is not a final report on that program, as they indicated that the actual determination will be determined by the investigation which is going to be done? Because from the side of the Public Works, they've appointed a 10-member technical team which is going to do the investigations. Can we make conclusion after that technical team has made a report? But at the end of the day, Chair, I think their work was highly appreciated, is highly appreciated. They did a good service for the country. We're proud of them. On the issue of the police chairperson, there's this issue. I like what the general raised the constitutional mandate of the police. And then said that one of the constitutional mandate of the police is to prevent, combat, and investigate crime. Also to protect and secure the people of the Republic and their property. So when you look at what happened at that national key point, it looks like these things didn't happen. The property was not secured. The property was not secured. And then this thing was not made to prevent, it was not prevented. Because that's why we have crime detection. Crime detection is there to prevent things from happening. I think that mandate, it looks like has been violated. Why do I say that? Because you look at the issue of the National Key Point Act. The whole precinct was declared in 2018 entirely as a national key point. But it is 2022. It was 2022. The Joint Planning Committee was not established because it is the responsibility of the police to ensure that there's a security of the country. I don't think that we can accept a situation whereby they say the parliament didn't have a manager of security. The issue they should have, because it is their mandate to protect, they should have insisted on parliament that they must do their work. So that's why that it is 2020, since 2018 is 2022, there is no coordinating committee, planning committee is not there. So I think that there has been a lapse on the side of the police on that regard. And then number 3, Chair, is the issue that on the issue of security, the very same National Key Point Act is saying that at the cost of the owner of the National Key Point, they must provide security. So as they provide security, they must satisfy the Minister of Police that the security. So I don't know whether the minister was satisfied with the reports which were given, because from 2018 is 2022, there are a lot of breaches which are coming out of this. But was the minister satisfied with the reports which were given to him? If he was not, what has happened? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've now, subsequent to earlier, have had issues with my computer, and so I've connected on my phone. Chair, I've got a number of questions. So my name is Siviwe Kwahube. I am the Deputy Chief of the Democratic Alliance, and so a member of this committee. There's just a number of questions, and I suppose I've divided them according to the stakeholders that presented. The first one is directed to the City of Cape Town Fire Chief, Chair. In the first instance, he states that the alarms and sprinklers were seemingly not working or were not activated. Now, I just need to understand from their assessment, who would be responsible for these fire prevention measures? Because of course, it seems to me that these measures were quite critical in being able to prevent the devastation that we saw at Parliament. And so my follow-up question to that, to the City of Cape Town, is that were these interventions, or at least these prevention measures, activated and working and functioning well? For instance, the fire doors issue, the sprinklers, the alarm system, all of these things. Were these things to be working? And of course, you can't tell, you can't go back into the past, but were these interventions working? Would we have seen at least a better handle on the devastation of the fire than we saw it? And so those are my two questions to the City of Cape Town. And then the next questions, Chairperson, are directed at the South African Police Service. And thank you very much also for the presentation and the explanation, particularly around the legal mandate of SAPS where this is concerned. And so perhaps this is my ignorance, and I'm hoping that the gentleman can indulge me here. I do want to understand, Chair, where the role of SAPS begins and where it intersects with public works and the parliamentary protection services. And because while there was a lot of information around the legal mandate and some of the legal principles sort of guiding the functions of SAPS, it still isn't clear to me. And like I said, and maybe it's my ignorance, it still isn't clear to me when it comes to the protection of a national key point. Where does SAPS begin and end? Where does public works begin and end? Where does the parliamentary protection services begin and end? The reason why I ask this is because by the gentleman's own admission, there was inadequate security measures. For instance, like the issue of the fence that he mentioned, that the fence is 1.3 or 1.5 meters tall. It's meant to be almost 3 meters tall. So I need to understand, I mean, who then is responsible for those kind of security measures? Because for the past 3 weeks or so, it hasn't been clear to me whose role or which role is public works, where that ends, and which role was SAPS and where that ends, and which role was parliamentary protection services. Because also the other mention was that the cameras that SAPS has access to in terms of monitoring the situation are not as clear as the ones that parliamentary protection services have, and that the cameras that SAPS is looking at are rather poor. So the question is then, why are those cameras poor, and why are you not able to see a far more clearer picture? And and the last thing which is linked to this is that if then your cameras are poor, or at least of poorer quality, and by your own admission, the Parliamentary Protection Services staff were on leave, what then was the agreement between SAPS and Parliament in terms of that leave period, in terms of being able to monitor the precinct and monitor it well? So I suppose it's an interlinked question, Chair, really, but I'm quite confused, because if we as a committee are going to be able to hold anyone accountable, we need to understand who's responsible for what and who dropped the ball where. Thank you, Chairperson.
In that order, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Moletsane, member of a joint standing committee. My question goes to the Cape Town Fire Department. When listening to the gentleman when he was presenting, he said that it seems as if the sprinklers were not functioning. I just want him to come very clear. He shouldn't say that it seems. He must report to us whether he must report to us their finding, whether the sprinklers were working or not working. Because if he says that it seems, there are two possibilities there. So he must come out very clear so that we understand their findings as a fire department. For now.
It seems like we've lost Member Moletsane.
No, I'm done, Chairperson. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Next on the list.
Chair, can I come in? It seems as if people don't know their numbers, because I was waiting for the person that speaks before me.
Mr. Khai was next, Chair.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Mr. Khai? Mr. Khai, let's try to follow the order. Mr. Khai?
Chair, I've just written to Cindy. There's some construction work. Can I come back later?
Just come in, please, Ndate, so that we keep the order. Just come in. We'll tell you if the noise is irritating, it's fine.
Oh, okay. I can come in then if, but you'll tell me if it's too much.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning to all members of the protocol on the platform, the speaker, ministers and deputy ministers. Chair, I think the first question would be then on the city of Cape Town. I just want to find out first that whenever they conduct their services, do they issue out written observations, because I've been checking on their website. I haven't seen any other written reports with regard to the work that they've conducted elsewhere, other than the one that they've conducted in Parliament. So my question is that, is it a norm that after performing their work, do they issue out observation reports? That's the first part. The second part is with regard to their role before the SONA. I'm battling myself now to hear. Before the SONA, my understanding is that they are also part of the team that do work in Parliament in preparation for the SONA to check the fire equipment. And then, if I'm correct, they are the ones who are also issuing certificates of compliance. There's a part of their report says that there's a particular equipment that was the last service in 2017, and it was due for service in 2020. And according to them, that was not done. But then, if I understand properly, that they were responsible for also checking in 2020 the state of the fire equipments, and also in 2021, and then issue out certificates of compliance. Why then did they issue those certificates of compliance when again they say that the last time these fire equipment were serviced was in 2020? So you'll correct me if I'm saying this is your responsibility, yet it was not. My understanding is that you are the ones who issued out these compliance certificates. Chair, with regard to the department, the SAPS, I heard a number of questions, but what I noticed, Chair, is that in terms of the report of SAPS, is that there are a number of gaps when it comes to the coordination between the three stakeholders, SAPS, Parliament, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. There are quite a lot of them that are highlighted in the report, specifically around the inhibiting factors. There are also others, not necessarily on those slides, the outcomes of the security assessment of the facilities that was done, the communique that came from the National Commissioner. So there are quite a lot of things that are coming out, including the visit to Hungary, and the recommendations that are in the report after that visit to Hungary with regard to best practice when it comes to institutions such as Parliament. Instead of asking questions around these areas, Chair, I wanted to make a proposal that the Speaker should convene a meeting with the Minister of Public Works and the Minister of Police, so that these areas, all these gaps with regard to proper coordination around these issues and also implementations of the recommendations, since others are from since 2016, 2018, all these things that the report is referring to. I want to suggest that a meeting at that level be convened to address these issues, and that the co-chairperson should then convene a meeting of the three committees, where we then receive an update with regard to how the executives have addressed these gaps with regard to proper coordination of the services of the work of the three institutions. So that's what I wanted to suggest instead of asking questions on each of these areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Member Suisa here speaking from the Committee of Public Works. Chair, I've been listening to the presentation and the observation that was done by City of Cape Town, the Fire Department. My concern is also the same, that I'm asking myself, after this observation, does it mean that at a later stage we are going to get a report that's different from this? Because if this is your observation, it's going to be turned into a report at a later stage, unless there's something. And I'm also concerned about the wording that has been used. It seems as if certain things were not working. It's also a great concern to me. Coming to the report of SAPS, and we've been taken through all the legislation that is there as to why SAPS is there and everything, what is the national key point and all of those things. And the presenter talks about an internal investigation that's going to happen. They are also confirming that the fire alarm never went off, the water valves were closed. So my question is on the consequence management that's going to happen. There's an internal investigation that's going on. And we all know if there is an internal investigation that's going on, it seems that people should not be actively on duty. So I need to find out, since there are 4 people that have been pointed out to have been on duty and there's an internal investigation that's going on, are those people still actively on duty? If not, why are they still actively on duty while there is an investigation? Because if you are doing an internal investigation and Matapelo Suisa is involved in that, Matapelo Suisa needs to vacate wherever she's working so that they do not tempt with the evidence, whatever that is there. That's my first question that I have too. I don't know if the Minister of Public Works is in the meeting. I also want to find out from her, since all of these things, they've been observed that there were certain valves and the fire system was not working, because within the presentation that was done by SAPS, it says that the fire alarm only went off while the fire department was on the precinct, which means that whoever official was responsible to make sure that everything is working as it's supposed to be needs to be held accountable, and there need to be also be an investigation as to how did we arrive at that point. Also, the question goes to the Minister of Public Works. If there is an internal investigation, if there is none, are they planning on having an internal investigation towards their officials? And are those officials actively on duty because of there's a possibility that they are going to tempt with the evidence as the investigation goes on? Those are my questions for now, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Samantha Graham-Murray. I am a member of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure. Chair, with respect to the report from the fire chief, I'd like to know, in the report, the fire chief is at pains to point out that because it's a state property, state-owned property, that the parliamentary precinct is not subjected to the national building regulations or the municipal fire safety bylaws. We've had presentations from the Department of Public Works in which they've been at great pains to tell us that they have complied with the requirements of the municipality, the fire department, in respect of preparations for SONA. The indication there would have been then that the fire department would have signed off on fire safety protocols for SONA. If we are not complying, if we're not forced to comply with the fire bylaws, then a certificate of compliance cannot be issued because there's no bylaw which governs such compliance. So my understanding then would be that any inspection done by the City of Cape Town then would have been a cursory inspection with some advice to Parliament, and then the department would have then tried to implement the recommendations. So my question to the fire chief is, would there have been a certificate of compliance issued by the fire department? If not, were they called back in to check whether or not there had been compliance with their recommendations? And if not, is he of the opinion that this failure to comply would have resulted in the extent of the fire as opposed to them being able to curb the fire earlier? Again, we know that the fire alarm went off at Tynhuys and not in either of the two buildings in which the fire was burning. And also we've been advised, obviously, that the sprinkler valves and the fire doors, the sprinkler valves were closed and the fire doors were open. So all of these indicate that there was non-compliance. And yet we're being advised that they had complied with respect to the fire department's regulations. So if the fire department could just clarify that there was non-compliance, I'd appreciate that. And then with respect to the SAPS report, everybody's at great pains to talk about the National Key Points Act and the fact that this was a national key point. In November 2019, President Ramaphosa signed off on the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. This act is supposed to repeal the National Key Points Act, which is an apartheid-era act, and the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act creates some new mechanisms for the protection of what we refer to as national key points, but which would then be our critical infrastructure. Part of that would be that there's the establishment of a Critical Infrastructure Council, which would then deal with a lot of the issues around this. In addition to that, the purpose of the Act also speaks to cooperation and a culture of shared responsibility between various role players, and to ensure public-private cooperation in the identification and protection of critical infrastructure. Had this Act been in place, it's highly likely that there would have been more adherence, possibly, to the requirements of SAPS with respect to the protection of the parliamentary precinct. And as Honourable Radebe said, was the minister satisfied with the level of security in the precinct? And also the fact that the recommendations made in 2018 had not yet been implemented. So I agree with Honourable Radebe that SAPS is the custodian of the National Key Points Act, and also now the custodian of the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. The regulations for that act are still being written, to my understanding, by SAPS. So I'd like to know at what point that act will kick in and repeal the act, so that we can have proper security protocols around the protection of our critical infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it's my turn now. Chairperson, my name is Okater Blanche, and I'm a member of the Police Committee on the Police Portfolio Committee. I want to also start where my colleague left now, and my question is also, when are the minister or the state president rather going to gazette this act to come into being, because there are very serious things that needs to be done once that is the case. Chairperson, my second question is that the police, and they had several meetings, spanning over a lot of years, from 2013, and they had their last meeting apparently in this presentation of the police in 2018. And my question is, the recommendations made in all these reports, are they implemented yet? Because I think we are dealing here with a serious case of negligence by different parties, and really I think that something needs to be done to ensure that we don't only sit with recommendations but implementation and proper management. Chairperson, I still have many questions, but I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all our colleagues. And thank you for the presentations that were made. Chairperson, I think my own view is that there's a very fine line between what we are doing here as joint committees and what would emerge from official reports. And I'm just following on what Honorable Hateb has said, because for all intents and purposes, we know that there's a criminal investigation that is being conducted, and more information will be given during the course of the criminal investigation than should be released to us at this moment in time. So we are receiving information. And having said that, Honorable Chairperson, I think as portfolio committees of Parliament, we have a separate responsibility as committees and members of Parliament to assess all the issues that are being brought forward. And honorable colleagues have brought forward very many valid points, but I don't think we're going to have an opportunity for all of them to be answered. So perhaps we must consider, and this is following on Honorable Kai, where he said the speaker needs to report to us. But I think perhaps we must consider the capacity within our committees, that's within the research section and our legal support, to draw up a comprehensive report for us that we will use as a point of continued departure in trying to get answers to all these issues. Because from what I see, Honorable Chairpersons, there are contradictory reports coming from different sectors. And I won't mention the sectors. I mean, we know it's public works, we know it's Parliament, we know it's police. And to that end, we were told before that after the 21st December electricity blackout, the cameras worked. Today we are told that there was only a screen that worked, which was which some of the newspapers picked up. So I think we need to hone down on the issues that we as Parliament would require particular answers to, and at the earliest opportunity, we would perhaps need as a committee to sit around a table physically so that we can look each other in the eye and get the kind of answers after receiving a report. But having said that, Honorable Chairperson, just to the City of Cape Town, thank you for the work that you did. I'd just like to know for my own sake, I mean, is it normal for a fire to move from one area to another? I mean, you have a fire in Block A and then there's a fire in Block D. I note Mr. Ekta hasn't said anything about it. Perhaps it's a matter for the police report or the statement that they issued to the police. But is that normal? And secondly, I'd like to know, why is it that we were told as the South African public that the fire is under control, only to find that the next morning, I mean, the fire erupted again? So that's something that I'd like to just ask him if he can respond to. And in terms of parliamentary protection services and security, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and Parliament needs to answer to us. So what are the job description of parliamentary protection services? What is the linkage between them and SAPS? I know the Lieutenant General from SAPS tried to give us some idea of how they work, but I think we need to hone down on this issue because they are contradictory reports. A lot of people, can be found negligent in all of this, and we as a portfolio committee or portfolio committees need to act independently to get to the bottom of this. And even if it means that our research and legal support teams of all the committees cannot put together this kind of report that I am suggesting for us, then we must try and get some outside help in that regard. So that's all I would say at this moment without going into more specific questions, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Is it me, Chair?
Yes, Mr. Kraiso, it's you now.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Co-Chair. I just wanted to start with what is called the report by Cape Town City Fire Department. And let me also take the cue in appraising what the department did in terms of putting the fire off in the parliament. But then, as it was called an observation type of notes, it's very difficult for me to accept this as a report. And I don't find any reason how would one make his mind out of these notes. So I think as a committee we have to reject this report. In any case, it will just serve as one of those notes that during the interaction with a number of institutions of the state and investigating, independent forensic team kicks in, it will interact with that. But for this committee, I don't think it is of any assistance, because it seemed to be just a document picked up from the streets. In any case, I don't know why a document which has been picked up, which has been reported at the public level, it is just been brought here as something that one would say a copy and paste type of information. So I don't think it's worth of us to go into town with this document, but wanted to appreciate the good work that the Cape Town Department of Fire has done so far, putting down the flames which were happening in the parliamentary buildings. So, and that's it on that observation notes. Coming to the SAPS report, I think the SAPS has provided the context of their mandate as SAPS, but I want to readily agree with my colleague, the Honorable Hadebe, that instead of going to only on questions, rather look at the immediate, steps that needed to be closed, to be taken in as far as those gaps which have been mentioned in as far as coordination is concerned. That obviously post this incident, there is an urgent need that this process of coordination is being fast-tracked. And I also want to imagine that I think it's important that on the outbreaks of pandemics or disaster, there has to be a careful thought being applied, when it comes to security. That there isn't a democratization of security during that point, which would have led to the situation where a decision would say, go rest a bit because there is a outbreak of pandemic, and therefore we'll see what will happen. So it's like then a laissez-faire type of an approach kicked in, which resulted then in these developments. So it will be necessary that there must be a careful thought being applied what to do with the security during the disaster or outbreaks of pandemic, because it may not be now that would see a very difficult situation how to control the area, which has to do with the mandate of both on the role of the static component of the SAPS and the parliamentary parliamentary protection service. Those elements must be looked into in relation to the application of disaster management and the outbreaks of such pandemics such as COVID-19, because I know during the previous presentation one of the motivation was to control and manage the movement at the workplace, because it is a workplace as defined in terms of the Labor Relations Act. So now there had to be that complete. But at the same time, I want to go back a bit, Honorable Co-Chair, on the issue that have been presented earlier around, because it's one of the shortcomings that emerges, in as far as, capacity in terms of protection services, that is, because it has been now emerging here and in the previous presentations in combined way, you pick up there is the that responsibility which is attached to the protection services, and also you would understand the static component also come in a number of same roles which needed to be consolidated. Then hence that proposal that there has to be a team and other measures that are put in place so that this area is being consolidated and the gap is being closed. Because one would imagine how would, if I do not have people who are trained to monitor the screens, monitor this and that, and you know, allowed to handle document of security, but at the same time, there is an element which makes reference to training and capacity. So that area has to be attended to as far as, you know, closing this gap moving forward. But then I'm happy with the area of, you know, performance management, which the SAPS has raised. But I on other areas, one, it's not quite sure which other areas of the other department have they gone in as far as, you know, elements of performance management is concerned. Because I think with the suspension of those 4 elements of the officials of the department by SAPS, it is a step moving forward. So that progress is being appreciated. Now, lastly, Chair, yes, I think I'm covered with the rest of what my colleagues have raised. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have it that I'm the next speaker. Honourable Chair, I want to refer to the submission from the police, and my question is to the Honourable Minister. It says on slide 15 that the power outage caused by Eskom on 21st of December 2021 resulted in the malfunctioning of the video wall for the entire duration prior to the Parliament fire incident. Well, it is reported that apparently the generators ran out of diesel. But now, if you look at slide 17, it says a departmental investigation has been instituted against 4 SAPS members who performed duties from 31st of December 2021, which include the commander and 2 members of the monitoring room. Now, my question, Honourable Chair, is what about the people who were on duty from the 21st? Because according to this slide, it means that when the members who performed their duties from the 31st of December actually found the video wall already dysfunctional. But we must go to the cause of the problem. And I mean, I can also ask, if it was only that the generators ran out of diesel, how is it possible that there was not attention given to it on the 22nd of December? That's my first question. My next question, Chair, is also to the police. It was reported that the suspect had liquid explosives with him. Now, this is very important. Because if you have explosives with you, then there's a different, well, not a different, but the motive then is quite important. Now, if it is said that there was, or that the suspect had liquid explosives with him, I want to know whether it's true in the first place, and if it is true, was this liquid explosive activated? Now, maybe not all honourable members understands what liquid explosives are. The fact of the matter is it's usually used in mines, it's commercial, it's an emulsion, and that emulsion can only become active once it has been gassed. It's two different, it's a different process. Now, it's not very easy to gas, if I can use that term, the emulsion. And without that, it's useless. You can't use it. Besides that, even if it was gas, you still need a detonator. Was all those elements present? Because to say that you had liquid explosives present, why was it said? And what was the condition of those liquid explosives? If it is said that, no, it's not true, that the suspect did not have any explosives in his, with him, why then was it said initially? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pick up from now. Thank you so much for the presentation. Mr. Schnettler from the Fire Department, I'll pick up from one of the things that I've picked up on your report, sir. You said that the sprinklers were last serviced in 2017 and that service was scheduled for the February of 2020, but you do not elaborate as to whether that service was carried out. And I will pick up from what many of my other colleagues had said. You signed off on the SONA reports for 2020 and 2021. So one would have to assume that sprinklers had been serviced in order for you to have signed off on a SONA report. Please correct me if I'm wrong in saying that the services of the sprinklers were scheduled for February 2020. You signed off on the reports for SONA. Were those sprinklers in fact serviced in order for you to have signed off on the reports for SONA, on the fire reports for SONA? You also state in the report that we have that it is unclear what a portion of the building was actually fitted out with sprinklers. Have you ascertained, I know it's very difficult for you to tell us which a portion of the buildings were actually kitted out with sprinklers. And if you have ascertained which parts of the buildings were fitted out with sprinklers, my question then goes to the Minister de Lille. Why is the whole of the parliamentary precinct not fitted out with sprinklers, being a national key point? Surely the whole building is important and therefore sprinklers need to be in the entire building as opposed to just parts of the building. Turning to the SAPS report, and I'm sorry that I have so few questions today, although I'm sure many people are quite relieved by that. We had network problems where I am, and I was literally kicked out of the system for quite a while. Turning to the SAPS report, I concur with my colleague, Honourable Kwarube. There seems to be quite a overlap in responsibility between the DPWI, Protection Services and SAPS in who is actually responsible for the implementation of physical security recommendations within the parliamentary precinct itself. In terms of the national key points, in terms of the parliamentary precinct building, in terms of the physical security around the perimeter of the building. And I'd like a little bit more clarity, please, on who is actually responsible for the likes of a fence around the building and who is actually responsible for the prevention of people getting into the building when we are on recess, so to speak, and when people are supposed to be on leave. How is it possible that somebody can be asleep at their desk, as we have been led to believe, for 30 hours while somebody allegedly wanders through the parliamentary building for 30 hours while another person is sitting with headphones on for 30 hours? Those kind of questions make me really uncomfortable, that anybody can be left unattended wandering through a parliamentary building for upwards of more than 24 hours and is unseen at that time. Another question that has just come to mind for me, Mr. Schnettler, is do you know at this time whether there were any accelerants used in the fire? I leave it there. Thank you so much, Chair. And I am on the the Portfolio Committee of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Umpile Maotwe. I'm the Portfolio Committee member of the Joint Standing Committee of Financial Management of Parliament. Chair, I want to welcome the presentation from SAPS, but I must. Hello.
Please turn on your camera. I'm sure the public would want to see your face.
My network is very bad, Chair. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So, Chair, I'm saying I would like to welcome the presentation from SAPS, but obviously I've got a few concerns and questions directed to both SAPS and then to Parliament. So the presentation says that the mandate of the Parliamentary Protection Services still needs to be addressed. And question says to me, since when did we realize that we actually need to address the Parliamentary Protection Service and who has done what with that? And then it goes ahead to say SAPS has been engaged in Parliament on this. Who exactly has been engaging Parliament and who at Parliament has been engaged and what is the progress of the engagements? And then again, Chair, the report says there's been 5 security assessments since 2004 that has been submitted to Parliament through Public Works for implementation. Now my question is, who at Public Works has these reports? What is the latest assessment saying, and what has been done to implement the latest security assessment that was submitted to them? And then, Chair, the presentation also refers to initiatives to communicate and emphasize the critical need for the enhancement of physical measures for Parliament. And it says the last one was, the last report or initiative was on the 26th of September 2018. So again, who received these initiatives? What has been done so far? Can we get the progress of how far we are? Perhaps we would not be sitting in this situation if all these initiatives and all these assessment reports were implemented on time. Now, the other one is that JPC's coordinating structure still need to be implemented by Parliament. When did we realize that we need JPC? Who has done what with it? And who has not done anything with it? Can we get really feedback so that we can hold the right people accountable? Because otherwise we're just talking and it's not assisting us. And then the other concerning one, Chair, is the one that says the video wall was malfunctioning from the 21st of December. How do we know that it was malfunctioning from the 21st of December? And who noticed that it was actually malfunctioning? So it means there must have been a signal that was sent, either through a report or observation or anything that suggests that it was working up until the 20th, but from the 20th, it was not, the 21st, it was not working yet. Who has done what with that? Because if the video wall was not working from 21 December and nothing has been done about it, then we can easily say, then people saw a gap that, you know, the video wall is not working, the sprinklers did not, the valves were closed, the fire alarm did not send a signal to COCT. So then it leaves us with a lot of questions that needs to be answered. But the last one for me, Chair, before I go down, is that we are told that SAPS has now established an intervention plan that will enhance security, and it's included stakeholders such as SAPS, PSS, crime intelligence, and state security, City of Cape Town, visible policing. Now, this is a good plan, but when was this established and how far are the discussions around it, and what is being implemented from that? What can we see now going forward in terms of enhancing security for members of Parliament and for the national key points? And I will leave it for now there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all our leaders and honorable members from different levels. I would like to welcome the presentations that has been presented, Chairperson, and I'm not going to venture into issues that's already been addressed by previous members. Safe to say, Chairperson, I would like to require that in terms of the inhibiting factors as indicated by SAPS report, they indicated that the precinct has been declared a national key point since 2018. So I would like to know what has the different committees did or different departments did to address the issues relating to their specific roles with regards to the inhibiting factors. And then secondly, Chairperson, can we get a timeline or time frame if many of the issues hasn't been addressed yet, wherein they'll say within the next 3 months, we'll make a concerted effort to address these issues. But I would like to request, Chairperson, that Parliament, the DPWI, as well as SAPS respond to this question. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Cindy, are we managing the list?
Yes, Chair, the next members, the last member is Mrs. Soma.
Okay.
Okay,
thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, co-chairs of all various committees and select committees, as the Honorable Speaker and ministers and deputy ministers. Chair, with not to run a risk of repeating what I've said, other members have agreed. I want to emphasize my 2 cents on the points that was raised earlier by Honorable Khatemi in terms of the way forward. Before, Chair, I'll tell you why, before we even know who and whose ball was dropped, I think there are lots of other things that need to be done. But secondly, is that in our previous meetings, we proposed them. So we might also preempt some of the issues. But having said that, Chair, it's very clear that the inactive of the multi-joint structure for better coordination and safeguarding of the precinct has brought us here. That one you can't avoid not to mention it, because even SAPS presentation does talk to the importance of that structure. As to who was supposed to coordinate it, I'm still going to wait for the answer. The other one, Chair, I will repeat this one, I said it in previous meetings. For me, which also Honorable Kaiso raised, the compulsory leave issue, for me, it still leaves a bitter taste, because on a national key point, with all other findings that have been made and also other things that have been responded in terms of the recommendations and that we haven't done in terms of upskilling our IT technology in terms of the enabling tools for better monitoring were not in place. And I'm saying for me, that one, I think somebody must just convince me better than that. But also, Chair, other honorable members have raised this question to say, but I want to put it in a different way so that I can be covered, is that what informed Cape Town Fire Department to issue a certificate in year 2020 and 21, if then it seems like this 1, 2, 3 is in terms of their presentation they've made, not taking away the good work that they've done. The last point, Chair, for SAPS for me is that if then your slides 15, yes, it's 15, with your explanatory note in terms of the slide, what informed the suspension of these men and women, if there were both genders there? I will tell you why, for me, which I fail to understand that. If then the wall was not enabling them to see all the corners of the precinct, let me stop there, Chair. I don't know. Probably it's just a SAPS protocol that if there's something that has been done, is suspected that somebody has done it, then regardless of what, then you get suspended. But I had other members applauding that. But I'm just saying that with a slide and what then informs then the suspension, Chair, for me, I can't link the two. The last one, Chair, is the importance of upskilling of all stakeholders affected to guard the national key point, which is Parliament, and also even the tools of trade that they are using also must be upskilled to that standard that everything is above the board in terms of doing their work. Thank you, Chair.
Members, thank you very much, members. Let me go to...
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Chairperson. I think I had a problem also with my network here. When I was trying to raise my hand, you couldn't see me. I don't know whether I can carry on. Honorable Shembeni from Follow Committee on Police. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. For me, it's just a few questions here. I see we are beating about the bush. Straight facts must be told. Here we see we have got a suspect inside the premises where we are having a lot of discrepancies whereby there are sprinklers not working, alarms not working, they say fire escape doors that were left open and all these things. And then we've got a person that is being found here, which we don't know the circumstances when he was found, how long after the fire was this person found, where was this person found, with what makes him a suspect? Because the information tells us that this person has been staying outside the Parliament for a very, very long time. So something is not, somebody's not telling us the truth here. So the questions are, I think they must tell us how was this suspect apprehended? What made him Mafa, if I can call him Zandila Mafa? How was he? Where? What time? What makes him a suspect? On the issue of generators that are being out of diesel, whose responsibility is that? We must know when was the last time diesel was filled on the generators. And hopefully everything that is done there has got a register that on this date, diesel was put on this generator by who? Who was the last person? Who was the next person to check the generator? Where did he or she complete the register to say there was no, not that we must see this when there is a problem. No, it can't be. And then coming to the commissioner of police, we see here in he knows about the upgrades of Parliament, which were not implemented until he became also the commissioner of the South African Police Services. What can he tell us about these upgrades of Parliament? Because he knows they're talking about Hungary. They went to Hungary and all these things, because this is what they always do in South Africa. They go out to come and implement things here, but they don't implement them. What did they do after going to Hungary and come back? What is it that they implemented? What upgrades did they improve in the security of Parliament? Now, with the Parliamentary Protection Services, now we've got Parliamentary Protection Services, we've got the PSS, which is the Protection Services and Security of the SAPS, we've got Public Works. The malfunctioning or whatever of the sprinklers, the doors, whose responsibility was that? Why are now the poor constables or sergeants in the SAPS are being suspended after alarms and all these things were not working? And in their working environment also, they hold these video walls that, or security whatever walls that were not working, of which is not their responsibility to service them. but they are being investigated, maybe even suspended. Why? Somebody is shifting a blame. And to say the least, of the entrance of that person or perpetrator whosoever that was arrested, of whom we don't know how he got in, where he was arrested, how they identified him. If I can say, he was brought in by one of the members straight from the security gate. I don't know what can people tell me or can differ from what I'm thinking, that that person might have entered with other people from the main gate. Because if you say he had some liquids and so on, that person is staying outside for so many years. I understand that the family said they've last seen him over the past 20 years. Now he's getting liquids, explosive liquids from where? I think those are the questions that I would like to ask, because now entering the doors or the gates, there are screenings there, since they've said that is the responsibility of the SAPS to screen those people who seek access to the building or the parliament. At the same time, the parliament is open to the public, that they can come in and go out of parliament as they wish. So even in the noticing of the fire, we did not have a specific time. At what time did they notice the fire? And who went where to see that there was fire? How long did it take the fire department to address or to come to the crime scene to try and stop the fire? These are the questions that I think we need answers from all the respective departments. But for one department to punish the police, I think we will not be fair there. Something must be done, are responsible, from the sprinklers, from the video walls or whatever, and the upgrading of from the past years and what. Because it seems as if we are still going through the apartheid era, because the buildings and everything that we are using, we don't know how to manage them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I don't see any hands. That's fine. Can I now invite the City of Cape Town Fire Department? There were people assigned to respond to questions. When they speak, I will request that please they switch on their mics and their cameras, and also introduce themselves so that we understand the role, their role in the department. Over to you, Cape Town. Please respond. Issues related to your presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I eventually found the button to present myself on video. Just in terms of the questions that were raised, I think in terms of the issue of the report, the first question was around whether this was an official report. It is, as indicated, an observation report by the officers at the scene at the time, and it was provided to our Mayor, who then forwarded it to my understanding to Parliament to highlight some concerns and to alert them to some of the concerns that that were found at the scene. So it's not an official report. It's an observation which is provided to alert some shortcomings. In terms of the sprinklers, the control valves, it did not activate. That's the observation of the staff at the scene. I think that was contained in the questions by Member Gradebi. Then in terms of the second question, there was two parts to it. It stated, the reports indicated that the alarm and the sprinklers did not activate. And then the question was, who is responsible for that equipment, if you want to call it. The owner of any building is responsible for fire safety compliance in any building. And in terms of the notices that are forwarded, in this case, it would have been any previous notices referring to SONA were referred to the regional manager of public works. The second part of that question was whether if the systems that were there were activated, would it have limited the damage? In terms of an alarm system, that would have been an early warning system for any fire that would have taken place. So there could have been an earlier warning if the fire was detected earlier. And then in terms of the sprinkler systems, it is a suppression system to address any fire in the area that fire has occurred until the arrival of the fire department. In certain instances, it could put the fire out completely. In other instances, depends on the severity of the fire, it would suppress it for a period of time until the arrival of the fire department. So to answer the question, the systems are designed to try and, first of all, early detect a fire, and then secondly, to try and suppress it as best as possible. There was a third question around the sprinkler systems. I'm just trying to remember that question. Whether the building should have been sprinkled throughout. That's dependent on the, my lights just went out. It's dependent on the occupancy of the building as to whether sprinklers are required. And there's also some exemptions in terms of the national building regulations, which require buildings of an older type to be exempted unless there's new building works that takes place. One of the other questions was also whether in terms of the SONA reports that were signed off, those SONA reports are again a courtesy on terms of the Fire and Rescue Service to advise Parliament and the Department of Public Works as to observations in terms of inspections, and is normally taken before the SONA report. And the question around the sprinkler systems being serviced, the sprinkler service were tagged with a metal tag that indicates it was serviced in 2017, and the next service due on that sprinkler would have been in 2021. Those tags were observed on the sprinkler system and the sprinkler control valves at the time of the fire, and still only stamped on 2020. There was no 2021 stamp, and hence indicating that the sprinklers weren't serviced. If the sprinklers were serviced and the sprinkler servicing company omitted to put the new tags on, that would only be established in terms of the records of the servicing company or the Department of Public Works, whether they would have had a record that it would have been serviced in 2021. So the observations in terms of the tags on the sprinkler systems indicated it was due for 2020. Then is interpreted that it wasn't serviced. Then just in terms of the conduct service in terms of written observation, because of it being a national key point, when our services are responded, a fire safety officer is requested to attend the scene because it is a national key point, because of the high profile of such a building, and then to anticipate any questions that might have come up at the end of the day. So in terms of those, to answer the question, is it a norm? Yes, there is a norm that we do a standard incident report for every single incident that we go to. Any fire incident, any emergency incidents, we have a complete record of any incident that we attend to. There is an incident report, and in this case was the observations around the fire safety. those would be contained in any other buildings in terms of suspected cause and or any observations with regard to possible fire safety compliance at a building. Those are contained in what we call our EPIC incident reports. It's a digital report that is completed by the officers attending that incident. To answer the question around the role before SONA, as I've indicated, it's a courtesy and an inspection of the entire parliamentary complex. And if you notice in one of the report for 2020, it was indicating that the old assembly was under construction at the time, and hence it would then possibly have been omitted in terms of observing the servicing of the sprinkler systems. And I think there was a question around the wording being used in the report that is indicating that it's observations of the fire officers on the scene at the time. And then with regard to the state property, there is a national building regulation regulating the building construction, fire compliance, and that is contained in the National Building Regulations and the Act. And it's indicated specifically in there that the Act does not bind the state, which means that our community fire safety bylaw application, as much as we would want to enforce compliance, the National Building Regulations does exempt the state from if you want to call it, adhering to the fire safety compliance and our community safety bylaw. The other question was, is it normal for fire to move from one area to another? That's very much dependent on the conditions at the time of the fire. And in our observations, there were two areas of fire that we did deal with. And in terms of the overall forensic report, whether those two fires are linked or not will come out in that particular forensic report. And then the other question also was, we did indicate that the fire was contained, and that was on the Tuesday morning, Monday morning, if I remember correctly. But then in terms of the circumstances in the fire and the confined spaces that were in the building, as well as the hidden areas of the building, in the late afternoon between 4 and 5, the southeaster did come up, and that has been established that was the cause of spreading the fire again. Remember that at that point in time, there was nothing that was venting through the roof structures. So the upper floors of the National Assembly contained a considerable amount of heat, and fire crews were at the point of fire at the time, and then they were unable to prevent that spread, even being right there at the time. As I explained, I think in an interview, it's if you look at an oven, that is exactly what was experienced in that National Assembly side. Once the fire had ventilated and got through the roof, we then contained it that same evening, around 2100 hours, that fire was contained again. Then the question around that the report is a document of the streets, I think that's just, and it's not a copy and a paste document. It is a report that was provided to Parliament, highlighting some concerns and alerting to try and address some issues. And I think I answered the question around the sprinklers and the SONA reports for 2019, 2020 and 21. And I've also indicated, yes, that in terms of certain buildings, not all buildings are required to be sprinklered. In terms of the accelerants, that I cannot answer, and that I would leave to the forensic experts in terms of whether any accelerants were found at the scene. And then the question around the sprinklers, as I think I have been answered. And then also what informed us to issue a certificate, as indicated, it is an annual inspection undertaken by us prior to sonar occurring, to establish whether there is fire compliance, and if there's not, it is provided to the regional manager for public works departments. I think I may have answered all the questions, and then also just to say thank you for the acknowledgement of the work of the Cape Town Fire and Rescue Services in dealing with the fire at Parliament over the 4 days.
Thank you very much. Can we then get responses from the police?
Thanks, Chairperson. I will just deal with two and the technical people will answer. Chairperson, the Dr. Groenewald is a legal person. Honorable Member Shembeni is a law enforcer by background, and they know that the questions they asked is information that needs to be converted to evidence. Therefore, we have a case in court, definitely quite several, big portion of their questions is a court narrative rather than here. So we'll request from you, Chair, to say those are court matters for now, as we are having a court, having a person and court is in proceeding on this matter. That's the one. That is Honorable Groenewald and Honorable Shembeni. On the broader answering, Chairperson, I think 2 or 3 members made the suggestion of the Speaker pulling together these legs to come with the exactly what happened, rather than coming with many more here in this portfolio committee, this joint standing portfolio committee. But also, I will counterpose that with what was suggested by the honourable member Naren Singh, to say Parliament itself will empower and capacitate themselves in better understanding, so that should that information come from other side, so it's understood with themselves what they found on these matters. Members raised some grey areas. Some of those areas are absolutely not grey, but you are not going to be putting it here and reply here. It looks like it would be much proper if we say this Speaker-led kind of troika has found 1, 2, 3 going forward. So we would support that. But the question of national key point vis-a-vis the critical infrastructure, that is on the way. The committee or the council has been appointed, but it can't start functioning because the Secretariat is finalizing the regulations that the President will have to assent for them to be there. But that committee has been appointed, and the Parliament has been told, and the Parliament have interviewed people and they've appointed that, and the Minister have appointed theirs. So there is quite a progress on that one going forward. Chairperson, from my side, I will end there, and there are questions, maybe that's a technical, that the police will lead, as General Slapane is there, I think General Masimola is there. One should have apologized on behalf of the National Commissioner, who is on a mission of SAPCRO. I guess he's in Maseru today. So, but the rest of the team is a capable team to respond to those questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Minister.
Maphoyisa, ngisholephi manje, phendulani.
We're here, Minister. The DNC, I see General Masamola wants to speak. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and other members, honorable members of the committee. With regard to the matters around the mandate of SAPS around Parliament, General Slavani did explain what it entails. We are responsible for the outer perimeter, that is guarding along the fence, and we do not do inside the building. We are not responsible for monitoring inside the building. So what is in the building we cannot be able to see, but we are responsible for the outside of the building, but within the inner perimeter of the building. There was a question around the issue of the employees that are on duty. The employees has been given a notice of suspension, and they are busy with their representations, and that will be considered. We also have to take note that it is true that the video wall was malfunctioning, and the police were using a small monitor to look at what is happening outside. What we are saying is that the video wall is a big wall where you can see much more better and much more bigger. And in the absence of the working of that video wall, then you are left with either a 22 or 20 or 19 inch monitor, where you monitor the same work that you see at a bigger wall. The problem there being that obviously on a bigger wall you'll see much more better, but on a smaller wall, obviously it will have an impact on one's eyes, but you can still see the same thing that you would have seen in the video wall. But we are not responsible for the repair of the video wall. It was reported to the relevant authorities that they repair the video wall. In terms of physical security implementation, as SAPS, we are only responsible for we do the security assessment, and we generate the reports, and the implementation is done by the national key point owner, which in this case will either be the Parliament, or as in terms of all government departments, then it will be either jointly with Public Works, or Public Works, I'm sure there they can answer for themselves. There was I think, the other questions, like the question by Honorable Grunewald about liquid explosive, I think we haven't, I think the minister have answered there. We are not sure where the liquid explosive come from, but most of the matters we are still under investigation, and they will be ventilated at the court. Can I then ask General Slavani to add if there is anything that I left out? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. General Slavani.
Thank you, DNC, Deputy National Commissioner, Honorable Chair. I think the Minister and the Deputy National Commissioner would have answered questions. I think the one that is still outstanding, it would be the intervention plan and the JPC, which is the Joint Planning Committee. I think when you look at that intervention plan that we would have crafted, I think it's based on the fact that currently we would have outlined that in terms of the national key point, you should have a joint planning committee. So most of those, stakeholders or role players, they're actually at the JPC meeting.
Chairperson, point of order, please. Chairperson, can I ask the General just to...
The General is moving away from the microphone.
Exactly, that's what I want to ask you, because I can't hear what he's saying, so that he just makes sure that he speaks into his mic.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Konovat. No, what I was saying, I'm not sure whether I'm audible now.
Yes, you are. You can start.
What I was saying is that there are two questions that are still outstanding. Is the one in terms of a JPC, which is the Joint Planning Committee, in terms of national key point, which essentially deals with security, upgrades and all security related matters. Now, when you look at the intervention plan that would have put in place with all those stakeholders, that should be basically the responsibility of JPC. But then we thought that since we don't have that kind of structure, which is still in the process, because if a place is declared a national key point in terms of the act, and that's why you would find, as the minister would have said, that in terms of a critical infrastructure protection act, it seeks to, there's a difference between the two acts, but this the SIPA, which is called SIPA, it actually reinforces, because then if there's no compliance, it means we'll be able to have, the minister would have a power to be able to declassify, or, there would be a fine that will be imposed to any key point that does not comply. So those are the things that but there are those discussions that we have with, with Parliament in terms of, establishing, because what needs to happen, which I think we're quite, happy with the proposal that the Speaker and the two ministers, the Minister of Police as well as Minister of Public Works, that they should sit the Troika, which will be able to ventilate all these issues, because within the South African Police Service under the Act, it means we must induct the, the executive authority of Parliament in terms of what is their responsibility when a place is declared a national key point. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Work in progress. Nothing conclusive. Some matters before the courts. We thank you very much for at least giving us some light on what transpired. We will continue to engage you on this matter as part of our role, being tasked with the responsibility of conducting oversight. Members, let us then move to the next agenda item.
Chairperson, before you move.
Yes, Date Hadebe.
No, Chairperson, there's a question which was not asked, which was not answered. The question is on issue that the Parliament precinct was declared as a national key point in 2018. And because of that declaration as a national key point, what was supported, the Joint Planning Committee was supposed to have been established. And then it is 2022, it has not yet been done. Who didn't do the job out of that? Because someone must be responsible for that. Someone should have created that committee, because it cannot be okay that the Parliament does not have a security manager. Therefore, the committee will not be formed, because at the end of the day, the issue of security and protecting the property is the mandate of the SAPS. And number two, the very same Act, National Key Point, it says that the minister must receive a report and he must be satisfied with that report. Did the minister get that report? If he was satisfied, and then it will be fine. But if he was not satisfied, what happened? What was done in order to ensure that they comply? Thank you, Chair.
Let me take a second set of questions. I see that the other hands. Member Faisal, Member Umpile. Those are the two members that would like to make a follow-up on the responses. Before
Yes.
I recognize, I see the acting secretary to Parliament. Your hand is up. You want to respond to other questions?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I do want to, let me just switch off.
Let's do this.
I'm switching off one gadget. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, let's do this first.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon.
Let's do
Yes, ma'am.
Just pause. Member Khadebe has raised this issue. I want Member Mautwe and I'm not sure who's the other member. I've appointed two members to first ask their questions. Then you will come after they've spoken so that if there's anything related to Parliament, then we know that you will then speak. And then I should only then allow the Cape Town Fire representatives to respond and the police if there are any issues that members will raise. So let's first afford members an opportunity to speak. It was Member Mautwe. Cindy, I'm not sure which member as well.
No, Faisal is the acting DG chair. You made a mistake and call him a member.
Oh, Faisal wanted to respond. Okay, it's Member Mautwe. Umpile, Member Umpile, please come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, also my questions were not responded to, but perhaps the Secretary of the committee can just follow up with the department. Maybe they did not prepare for that because most of my questions were who and what is the progress and all that. So I do understand that perhaps they had not prepared to the level of that detail when they did the presentation. But I mean, the presentation, if a presentation says, on the 21st of December, the video wall was malfunctioning, then should have had a little bit of detail, but that's fine. I take that. And I'm happy that the acting secretary of Parliament is here, so he shall be responding to one of my questions that I've asked also. But also on the report of the SAPS, they say that the PSS was on compulsory leave, and that's the question that I had forgotten to ask, Chair. Now, my question is, if they were on compulsory leave, was it all of them? And why were they on compulsory leave? And who authorized their compulsory leave? That's it for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members. In fact, I've noticed that the speaker is also present. She's on the platform. Maybe before the Secretary of Parliament comments or give us some responses, I want to invite the speaker to also maybe respond to a few issues or make comments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Lower your hand. Oh, Madam Speaker, before you speak, before you please just hold. Umpile, lower your hand, and Member Khwarube, please raise your issue before the speaker comes in so that we can then close this round of hands and move to the next agenda item. Madam Speaker, please just hold. Member Khwarube.
Apologies, Chairperson, for coming in at this point. I just thought maybe I could just piggyback my point to Member Mautwe's question regarding the deployment of the protection services staff. Just to also add to her question, in the event then, because I remember the speaker had given, or the acting secretary to Parliament, I can't remember, had given an indication that at times during certain holiday periods, there is certain members of the staff that work and certain members of the staff that don't work. Now, it would be interesting to understand what then the arrangement was that was made between the Parliamentary Protection Services and SAPS, considering the fact that there was obviously, stations which were not manned in the follow-up to Member Mautwe's question. Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for indulging me.
Thank you. Please lower your hand. All right. I now invite the speaker before we can recognize the acting secretary to Parliament. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Person. Thank you, and honorable members. And I want to start by thanking Chair the City of Cape Town for the sterling job they did, their performance, which was excellent, the commitment and dedication was amazing, considering that it was rather very difficult to control the fire. And I really want to sincerely thank them. We have done this before, together with the mayor and the premier, but I think it is proper that at this forum, which is organized by committees of Parliament, I should express a word of gratitude to the team. The second matter, Chair, I would like to do is to thank the Minister of Police and his team for availing themselves and for this kind of briefing to this meeting. I should say that, Chairperson and honorable members, it was a very useful briefing. Yes, there has been interaction between our teams and myself with the police who are investigating the issues. I do want to say that I can assure you, but this particular presentation this morning has been the most informative and useful presentation. Just to say, honorable members, as we discuss these matters, even as we interact with them, I did make the point up front that we are not expecting them to give us the details, the nitty-gritties, the kind of detail which is likely to compromise the investigations of the police. So we really appreciate that they were able to give us the legislative framework really of who should be doing what and how coordination of those activities should be done. And I'm happy that one of the members mentioned that it's important that we provide clarity on the leave of absence of PSS members during that period, because yes, it is a matter which we had presented to this forum as a form of report that indeed we had members who were not on duty from the PSS, and that the Secretary of Parliament can explain, because this has been the tradition that during festive season on certain dates that they release the members of the PSS, and I would like her to talk to that issue. The last matter I would like to say to the honorable members is that, honorable members, as had been raised in previous meetings and has been agreed upon, we have announced that we will institute an independent investigation, but an independent investigation which will not tamper which will not have an overreach into the issues being conducted, investigation being conducted by the police. An independent investigation which will assist all of us, ourselves as Parliament, as an institution, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the police, just to get the basics right, the basics which should have been observed, which may not have been observed, certain things which may not necessarily even come out of the investigation of the police. And I have requested through the Secretary of Parliament that the legal division of Parliament should advise us as the executive authority as to how best to do that. And of course, we would then, once we receive that advice, we would have to ensure that, and I think the advice really in the main is for us to ensure that whatever happens, that independent investigation should not be an investigation, even though it will run parallel the police investigation, but it should not be an investigation which will deal with issues of criminality, but that which we may have done right and that which we may not have done right, and the risks which have been identified in the past by the city of Cape Town, for instance, which report we have handed over to the police, because it seems every SONA, City of Cape Town, conducts an investigation, an assessment of the risk in Parliament, and they have, we've seen those reports, and that investigation, amongst others, will then make a determination as to whether the weaknesses of challenges or risks identified by the City of Cape Town were handed to Parliament, whether action was taken by Parliament. So I just want to assure honorable members that we are hard at work to assist and complement whatever it is which is being done by the police, so that we all get to the bottom of this incident. I now hand over, Chairperson and honorable members, to the Secretary of Parliament to respond or make observations on some of the matters which have been raised by honorable members. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon to honorable members. First, I'd like to respond to the compulsory leave. On the 14th of January, we presented to the committee that we did not have staff on the 16th of December to the first week of January 2022, which would have been on the 2nd or the 3rd of January. I also reported that whilst there's rotation for those who would like to be called, those who can be called to come onto the precinct on the need, we issued a circular to all members. And during that time, we also adhered to COVID regulations because of the increasing infections, and therefore, in that space, there was no PPS staff member on the precinct, and I did submit to the committee all those matters. I do want to confirm again, it is correct, there was no staff of PPS on the 16th of December to the 3rd of January, as it is indeed, like it said, compulsory leave. And for 2 years, at least since COVID and adhering to the regulations, we've not heard our staff also working over weekends, trying to monitor the infections. And unfortunately, this incident happened during that time. I wish to move on to the next point. The declaration of the NKP on Parliament was on the 12th of January 2018. October 2018, we communicated that we would like SAPS to come and induct our presiding officers and staff, because indeed being declared an NKP is going to be very different from how we deal with the matters. That was 16th of October 2018. On the 15th of January 2019, we wrote again to communicate to SAPS to say we now have a joint planning committee that is chaired by myself and the deputy chair by Advocate Adhikari. We requested that please can we have an induction and a workshop. We did have a workshop on the 11th of December 2019. And in that workshop, we then agreed that we will have a legal workshop that was to be scheduled in 2020 before SONA to understand indeed the prescripts of the NKP in a document that we were sent to by SAPS, which outlines exactly what the implications of being an NKP are. Indeed, this proves that from the time the Parliament was declared an NKP, we have been asking that we get an induction, because it definitely is going to change the manner in which we deal with security in Parliament. And currently, even in our communication, we did say the EA, in fact, wrote to say, please, Minister, on the 20th of April 2021, again, we requested an induction on the implication of the declaring Parliament a national key point. And this request came from our former EA, former Speaker Modise, and Honorable Masondo. That letter went on the 20th of April 2021. This is just an example of the work that we've been trying to do, having identified our lack of knowledge, of course, and a need to address what members have addressed very well as capacity that we needed to do. And we continue to pursue that request. Thank you very much, Chairperson. With respect to the reports on SONA, Honorable Members, Chairperson, I wish to put it on record. In my office, I have never received a report from the city that talks to the deficiencies. And indeed, I think the chief fire officer does say that correspondence is sent to Public Works. And in fact, it should be sent to both of us. The only last report, as Speaker has referred to it, it is the report that was submitted now currently by the city on the matter of the fire. And of course, that is the end of my responses to the matters that relate to ourselves. Except to add, Chairperson, I acknowledge and accept that indeed what the General is talking about, the SIRA registration audit of our members points to need for capacity and training. And that is the process that SAPS has, and they still have volunteered to assist us with. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Are there issues that SAPS would want to clarify? Are there issues that our colleagues from the Cape Town Fire Department would like to clarify? On the three issues that were raised by members as additions to their questions. I don't see any movement. Okay, Faisal, Mr. Faisal, you're on the platform.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I will switch my camera on in a second. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. What I'd like to do is to deal with some of the comments and the questions as they pertain to Public Works. And Chairperson, I'd just like to say by way of introduction that Public Works provides infrastructure to the SAPS in terms of their security function at Parliament. In the main, the responsibility is to provide the accommodation to Parliament. With respect to SAPS, SAPS conducts their risk assessments, and Public Works is required to respond by providing the necessary infrastructure to mitigate those risks. So, Chair, I'd just like to cover a few issues that were raised. First of all, the matter of the perimeter fence at 1.3 meters as opposed to 3 meters was raised against the requirements of the minimum physical security standards. Chairperson, in that regard, I'd just like to mention that we have a project in place currently that has been endorsed by both Parliament and the SAPS, and negotiations have taken place between the parties and the South African Heritage Resource Agency. The Resource Agency, they place a strong emphasis on heritage requirements, as the SAPS has pointed out in their presentation, and they requested a fence no higher than 1.5 meters to maintain the aesthetics of the building and the perimeter fence. And ultimately, there was an understanding that for security purposes, the fence should be raised to 2.7 meters. So that has been the new consensus among the members of the Resource Agency, SAPS, and Public Works. So we move forward with that consensus, and we're working on that project together. With respect to the remote search park, the vehicle search park was removed from the scope of the project after discussions with SAPS, with Parliament, and Public Works. So if there's a need for further introduction of the search park, we are happy to accommodate that request. Chair, there was a comment with respect to the apparently running out of diesel, and one would like to mention that after the incident on the 21st, the diesel facilities were topped up so that they were back to normal levels. Some were done on an automated basis from the bulk storage tanks. Others needed to be done manually, but it was refilled, and about 15,000 liters plus of diesel resides in those tanks, and that is also the current state, Chairperson. With respect to the video wall, I believe that General Masimola covered it well, that the video wall would not affect the functionality of the cameras and the monitors, that the monitors would still be able to relay information from all the cameras in the precinct. Moving on to the current parliamentary, Parliament is currently using two different types of cameras. One would want to mention that the project is in place to replace all analog cameras going forward, and I will touch on that project in a moment. But the Chairperson, one would also want to mention that the transformation from analog to digital is somewhat common in many areas where we're replacing old cameras with new ones. And we are in that process of transforming from analog to digital, but the functionality of the cameras is not affected, although the quality of the digital cameras is obviously better. Moving on to the issue of the power outage on the 21st, I dealt with it. I want to mention that the perimeter cameras are projected on 32-inch monitors onto the monitoring rooms, and the video wall simply mirrors these monitors. So in no way is there a compromise of the functionality and the ability to observe. Moving from there, Chairperson, the three monitoring rooms which are not integrated, I want to mention that there are three functioning monitoring rooms in the precinct with communication systems between all three rooms. And as part of the current DPW project on the upgrade and replacement of the UPS systems, CCTV surveillance systems, and metal detectors, these rooms will be centralized. I'll talk to this project in a moment. With respect to the fire alarm in Parliament that never went off, Chairperson, one would want to say that when a smoke appears in the building or fire is detected through the fire detectors, the alarm goes off in this building called V12, which is manned by Parliamentary Monitoring Services. The system allows personnel to investigate whether it's a true or false alarm. We've often had dust and smoking people in the building trigger the alarm. If the alarm is not reset by the personnel, then after a short time, the alarm automatically connects with the fire department. So one would not be able to explain if somebody alleges that this did not take place. Ultimately, an investigation would be able to establish any cause or effect in this regard. With regard to the water valves, Chairperson and honorable members, that supply water to the sprinkler system, and that was found to be closed, or in terms of the observation of the city of Cape Town. The available records that we have is that the valves were in an open position after maintenance work and testing was completed in October 2021. So once again, we'll rely on the outcome of an independent investigation to establish how an open valve was found closed. With respect to the fire brigade and the alarm only triggering when they were on the scene, I've covered this. With respect to the Heritage Act, Chairperson, as I've mentioned, we work well with the Heritage Agency to find the balance between security and aesthetic requirements, and it's the relationship has managed to reach a consensus on our respective requirements in the past. Just to touch on three important projects, Chairperson, I want to mention that given the Parliament being a national key point, and also given the fact that the SAPS, as I mentioned, they conducted various security assessments. We've had multiple projects over the years that have been undertaken and completed to improve security in the precinct. With respect to cameras in particular, there have been more than 70 cameras installed in the old assembly, the new assembly, as well as the Marks building, as well as Tain Hayes as well, and improved video walls at Tain Hayes and 100 Plain Street. We've fixed the detectors in that regard. We've also had a fiber optic network installed for digital cameras and also installed extra server capacity. We've put in turnstiles, as you noted, in terms of the request of the SAPS to manage crowd control and also increase lighting in the precinct. More recently, Chairperson, we have three large-scale security projects that are presently underway in the precinct. SAPS, Parliament, as well as Public Works are working jointly to implement these three projects to respond to the security requirements of the SAPS. The first one is an upgrade to security at all entrances to the parliamentary precinct, the installation of additional perimeter fencing, and to create a temporary vehicle search park. The second one is a heritage project to replace and upgrade all UPS systems, all CCTV surveillance systems, including X-ray machines and metal detectors. And finally, there's a heritage project to prevent and remedy maintenance contracts in terms of electronic security systems within the various buildings. This is our most recent contract. So, Chairperson, I wanted to give an overview of the initiatives and the kind of infrastructure that has been put in place in the past, and how we are currently responding to the imminent needs of the SAPS with respect to security. Chairperson, we are also very cognizant of a request we received on the 13th of January from the Hawks to avoid commenting on their active investigation. However, I don't believe I've done so. We respect the independent investigation, which will determine an outcome to all the areas where uncertainty may still exist. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. I see there's a hand. Oh, there's no hand. I want us to quickly move to the next agenda item. I think it will still be you, Faisal, DG.
Chair,
sorry, on the DGO. Okay, member.
Yeah,
okay,
no, Chair. Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I'm just thinking, as the committee, what then do we do with the report that is now being disputed? Because the last speaker from Public Works is virtually disputing everything else that's been said. I mean, the report said the valves were closed. He says they're open. So what then do we do as the committee? That's just my question.
I think it is directed to me. I will give the way forward at the end of the meeting as to from here, where do we go and what do we do? Of course, Umpile Oversight cannot end after we've conducted two meetings or 3 meetings. The speaker has rightfully said, the speaker has with authority said that without undermining our institutions, she is going to also institute an independent investigation. So at the moment, of course, we're going to get different responses. It is normal. Until that time that we get an independent report, which will then be tabled formally to the committee, it will then be clear for us as to then what do we do. We'll then be able to make recommendations. As members of parliament, once the report has been tabled before us, then we can make recommendations in terms of improving of systems, who's supposed to be held responsible or accountable. But at the moment, as to what do we do, I think it is a bit quite very early for us to then want to come to that stage. Let's allow investigations. Let's allow the independent investigation to kick in. Maybe at some point we'll also have to agree on responsibilities, that the police must continue on their side, Public Works must continue, Parliament must focus on what they need to focus on. Maybe once a month or on an agreed time frame, we then can agree that we have this kind of a meeting. But as things, my apologies, my camera is off, my apologies. But as things stands, our role as members of parliament in terms of conducting oversight continues. The police will decide how often would they want, the police portfolio committee and the select committee will decide as to how often would they want the police department to report to them on this matter. That goes for Public Works as well. For us as Parliament Joint Standing Committee, I think it will be a standing agenda item on our meetings. So oversight continues. There are no conclusives until such time that the final report it is ready. That is when we can then come with recommendations and say then what do we do with these reports. So this report for today is just for information sharing, because we cannot also keep the public in the dark, not giving them any information they really want to know. You know, something that also came into my mind is that we're all dying with anxiety. Now that the Minister of Police is here, if it is possible that they can share some pictures with us, if that is possible, and if that will not compromise the investigations, we'll really appreciate, because we don't know the extent of the damage, which part of Parliament is affected, and yeah, no one has seen that. So if possible, if there are any pictures to be shared with that will not compromise the investigations, we'll also appreciate that as part of information sharing. So work continues. Let's then go to the next agenda item.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, Chairperson, I've got a hand up.
Okay, ma'am. Let's see what's that.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I suppose to your question and the question of the previous member, I'm wondering whether or not, I think you're absolutely correct that the oversight of the committee must continue. However, Chair, I'm concerned that, you know, there are constantly competing reports, and you are absolutely right that the independent investigation will on some level shed some light. And I would like to perhaps make a case to the committee that I think it would be important to, closer to the time before even the report is tabled here, that we consider some of the parliamentary mechanisms that are available to us, and that this committee, of course, has its number of duties that it needs to do and other matters that it needs to deal with. In my view, Chairperson, it would be a far more powerful message to send out, not just only publicly, but in the interest of accountability, to say perhaps a parliamentary inquiry which would look into that report in itself, because it will have powers that a parliamentary inquiry will have, where we can summon evidence, we can summon people to give, you know, input. And so I think perhaps, Chair, that's something that the committee needs to apply its mind to, because it is a mechanism that is available to us. And it might be a great way of dealing with that report once that report is ready and is ready to be tabled, because we can have that, but a parliamentary inquiry will be able to help us at least vigorously practice our oversight role in a multi-party fashion, but also in a way that at least can have outcomes and recommendations by Parliament as a way forward. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let us also remember that it is only the Speaker who has the right to institute that type of a committee. And we should also understand that once the Speaker can institute that type of a committee, it would mean that we will then have to cease this entire process to that committee. So if members feel that maybe we should recommend to the Speaker to establish that kind of a committee, it is okay. It's something that can be looked into, but maybe not today. The Speaker can then apply a mind on this issue, and maybe at a later stage respond to this requirement, to this request, as to whether will it be necessary for her to institute that type of a committee. Your point is noted. Are there any other hands before we move to the second agenda item? Okay, I have quite a number of hands now. It's Member Kaiso, Member Khai, Member Khadebe, and then the Speaker will be last on the matter. If you have spoken, please lower your hands so that we are able to manage the platform. It's going to be Member Kaiso, followed by Khai, Member Khadebe, then the Speaker will be last on this matter. In that order.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chair. I thought maybe from the beginning we have already agreed with the process as to how finally, as a committee, we we think we should take this direction. So I think the issue of independent forensic investigation was so far sufficient and mooted even from the speaker's side. So it should suffice. Remember, as a committee, we've handled a number of, we're handling a number of complicated reports presented to us as a committee. I don't think, I don't know what would be a problem. And now, after such processes have unfolded, we now know and receive a report as to what has caused what, and et cetera, et cetera. So there's a series of work that is already taking place on the ground. So I wouldn't want us to complicate it and have other parallel structures dealing with. I mean, as a committee, we're doing oversight is sufficient. We will then look up to this process first to unfold. It is only when these processes have exhausted now we will draw a way forward as to what needs to happen. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I tend to agree with Honorable Kaiso, Chair. We can't discuss the processes beyond the submission of the report. When the report is not even here with us, we don't even know how it's going to look like, what findings it's going to have, what recommendation it's going to have. Remember, it's not the only, there are actually two reports that we're talking about. There will be a report that the Hawks are busy with, but also there will be a report, the independent investigation that the Honorable Speaker has indicated that it's going to start. Both of them, we cannot therefore have processes around as to how we're going to deal with them until we see those reports. So as you were indicating earlier, that this item will be a standing agenda item in our meeting. So there's no need now to preempt the outcomes of these reports and start preparing for the processes going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll also concur with the two previous colleagues who have just uttered that there's no need now to create another investigation structure, because up to so far, we have dealt with this issue so well. That's why we're where we are today. But what is left now on our side is that each and individual portfolio committee must pursue its oversight. The Public Works Portfolio Committee must do its job on the issue of the Public Works Ministry and the department. And then the Police Portfolio Committee must do its job on the issue of the police cylinder, the police work. The Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament must continue to do its job around this issue. But what we must also appreciate, Chair, is that really the way this disaster was dealt with is far better than what has happened in the previous year, when we had unrest in KZN and Gauteng. As we're speaking now, the public is regularly being informed, not only through the Executive Authority of Public Works and Parliament, but through the joint portfolio committees, that the joint portfolio committee were verifying what the Executive Authority is issuing out there to the public. So I think that we are doing our job, we are doing it well. That's why that at the same time, we must appreciate, as I said initially, we appreciated the work of the City of Cape Town Fire Department, but must also appreciate the work done by the Executive Authority of Parliament and Public Works up to so far. The way they were dealing with the issues, the way they came closer and then communicated regularly, even the progress, I think that's where we are. So there's really no need for another parallel investigation. Let's wait for the final forensic investigation report. From that report, it will determine whether we need another investigation or not. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Speaker, you are last on this matter. Please respond.
Thank you
and
very
move
much,
forward.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, I want to align myself with the views expressed by Honorable Kai, Sohai, and Khatebe, that the investigation will not be conducted by a multi-party entity. Rather, that we will have an independent investigation. And this is a matter which we have also discussed with the minister. We've agreed on with the Minister of Public Works that we have this investigation. And once the report comes out, the report becomes the report of Parliament. In other words, the report becomes the report of members of Parliament. And therefore, these committees will have the responsibility of discussing, analyze, and tease out issues which will come out of that report. Obviously, whatever investigation will tell us exactly what happened, and then we will take it from there in terms of what the forward movement should be. So I think that honorable members should not be anxious about who conducts the investigation. Obviously, when I say independent, what it means is that it will be outside of Parliament, outside of us. We will get a team of people who have the necessary expertise to do this work. Already, I'm aware that the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure is hard at work with her team to ensure that engineers from Public Works, once it is agreed upon, that they will go in and do an assessment of the extent of the damage. What we have currently is footage which has been secured from a drone which was deployed by the Department of Public Works. And I know that that footage was also submitted to the police. For now, I wish honorable members could appreciate the limitations we have of gaining access into the chamber, into the area, into the entire building itself. And even we hear that the extent of the damage goes this far. But no one has really gone into the areas which have been completely destroyed because of the challenges which are there. Remember, there's water and power and so on. Some of the things which Public Works have been dealing with together with their engineers. So, the report will come out, honorable members, once the investigations, in fact, at the start of the investigation, we will inform you that the investigation has now started. And once the report comes out, we will again brief the committee, deliver the report to you, and say, this is what has come out of the investigation, these are the findings, and therefore let us discuss and look at the way forward. So, Chair, that's just one thing I wanted to clarify, honorable members, that it will not be a report of the members of the Executive Authority of Parliament. It will be a report that will be submitted to the committee members by the Executive Authority of Parliament once that investigation is complete. Thank you very much, honorable members, once more.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the clarity and the way forward. Members, let's move to the next agenda item. Can we invite Public Works DG, Acting DG, to then take us through the BDO report? Also, if we can remember, the report was tabled in our last meeting, yes, and we just said that we needed time to go through the report. So it is not a new report. I'm going to request that as they present, they try to summarize. I'm sure members are ready to raise issues if there would be any. Did you please try to summarize, because this is not for the first time that you're presenting this report before this committee.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I will follow your instruction, Chair, to summarize the report. I go on to slide 2, Chairperson. My colleagues are moving the slides. On slide 2, we are presenting 3 areas, Chairperson: the context of the review of the parliamentary construction projects, the findings and our progress in that regard, and then we'll conclude with respect to business continuity and how we are addressing the accommodation requirements of Parliament. And we'll also talk to the construction work stream where our engineers are assessing the damage in the parliamentary precinct. Moving on to slide 3, Chairperson, slide 4, and then to slide 5 as well. Chairperson, the internal audit unit was commissioned by the Minister of Public Works, acting in concert with the Speaker of the National Assembly, and requested that we conduct an audit of certain projects being conducted in the parliamentary precinct. The Minister commissioned the review of all the major projects in the precinct, as well as in the parliamentary villages. There's also a 13th project, which is outside the scope, given that it was under investigation by the SIU. Next slide. Chairperson and members of the committee, the report was then concluded in November 2020, and the report was shared with the Speaker, with the management of the Department of Public Works, later in the year with the Minister, as well as the Speaker. And in the final analysis, Chairperson, members of the committee, the report identified 30 different areas of weakness within the areas of construction project management, financial management, as well as contract management, among others, in the 12 projects that I've made reference to. Moving to slide 7, these are the 7, or at least the 12 projects, Chairperson and honorable members. There are 2 facilities management projects, one with respect to official office accommodation in the parliamentary precinct, residential accommodation in the parliamentary villages, the NCOP building refurbishment, the Belvedere refurbishment project, the Tain Hayes Business Hub project, the Marks Building renovation project, residences of sessional officials, 90 Plain Street, where the investigation, or at least the audit, focused on the 6th floor, and 100 Plain Street, the external repairs, together with access control of the parliamentary villages, and the replacement of lifts in the National Assembly, the NCOP, and the Old Assembly, and finally, the Swans Garage redesign. Moving on to slide 8, Chairperson, I want to reiterate that the review of the parliamentary construction projects was initiated due to concerns with cost overruns and delays in those 12 projects, and the audit unit of the Department of Public Works was commissioned to conduct this review and awarded the contract to a company called BDO Advisory. Moving on to slide 9, as I mentioned, Chairperson, the primary objective of the review was to undertake an assessment of the performance of the projects in Parliament and to look at the control weaknesses that have resulted in project timeline and cost overruns. Moving on to slide 10, Chairperson, in terms of the scope of the work, these are the 7 different areas in which BDO was commissioned to focus. The first is the review of the technical information and expenditure on the projects. Second, the review of the controls implemented for improving performance monitoring of our construction projects. Then there was a request to look at combined assurance as well, which is under item number 4, the way our construction branch works with our risk management units and our internal audit units to provide combined assurance on our projects. Moving on to item 5, and this is the heart of the project, to review the plan of action to improve key areas of concern, and these are related to time to plan and complete construction projects, to look at reasons and root causes for construction delays and to introduce controls, to look at the quality of workmanship, the approval of scope changes, the management of cost overruns and any fruitless expenditure arising out of such overruns. And then moving on to item number 6 is to review the overall management of our projects from a construction project management point of view and to look at controls to address the underlying weaknesses identified in the audit. Moving to the next slide, Chairperson, I would like to ask my colleague Mzwandile Sazona to run over the 30 items in a short space of time, and I will go on to slide number 14, Chairperson, to do an overview, and then he will just take us through the key findings. These were stratified into 5 different areas, Chairperson and honorable members, that they focus on facilities management, where they looked at contract planning and the initial scope design deficiencies. They looked at project management. They looked at project management and site oversight, as well as combined assurance. And finally, they had a value add where a finding was made with respect to fire protection of heritage assets. So, Mr. Sazwana, if you could please fly through the findings, and then I will go to the next section that talks to the engineering project in the parliamentary precinct. Mzwandile?
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the ministers, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and others that I've identified on the screens. I will go through the timelines. If we can go on the slide of the timelines. Thank you very much. I'll go on the slide of timelines, and the DG will go through the other slides where the areas of weakness have been identified, and some findings were found, and some recommendation made by the BDO advisory services. The review started in what the minister commissioned the investigation in 2019. Then due to COVID, we had to go through the procurement process. We completed the procurement process by June, and by September, BDO started with the review of the 12 projects. The final review and the report was presented to the department in November 2020, and the internal audit incorporated the findings into our own internal report, internal audit report. And by February 2021, we started appointing consultants for the facilities management contract or service provider that will be responsible for the for the residences, including the parliamentary villages. In May 2021, we appointed now consultants that are responsible for the facilities management contract in Parliament, and both contracts were given the BDO report to ensure that during the scoping and planning, all of the issues that were identified in the report are addressed through those through the implementation of the facilities management contract. In October 2021, we then consolidated the action plan to address all the findings. But however, some of the findings were already implemented during the course of 2020. For example, the 6th floor 120, the door that was identified as, I think it's finding number 19 or finding 20, but we'll see as we go through. That one was rectified immediately. And the fire extinguishers that were not serviced, they were all done in November. We also, some of the findings relating to the parliamentary villages in terms of the cutting of the trees that were blocking the view, that were also done immediately. The FM contract, as I said, they were provided with the BDO report, and to ensure that this is part of the scope of work that they will be doing. The key findings that were identified were grouped into 6 areas. Some they were grouped into organizational related matters, into systems related matters, into planning related matters, specification related issues, consultant related issues, and contractor related issues. And all of these comes out on the findings grouped in this kind of fashion. And if we go, I want to talk now in detail on these findings. On the organizational, they will come out on each of the findings that we're talking about. What then the report did was then to come up with 30 findings, which some of these findings were already implemented. And there were recommendations on those findings of what the department has to do for us to be able to cure the areas of weakness as the DG has identified. The report then, BDO then grouped this into FM related matters so that we create a particular focus. We know that in terms of facilities management, these are the strategic issues that we need to look at. In terms of the project management strategic issues, these were the matters that we look at. So findings 1 up to 8
deals with matters relating to the facilities management. From finding 9 to 17, it deals with project management strategic issues. From finding 18 to 22, it deals with projects management, operational and site visit. From finding 23 to 29, it deals with the combined insurance. And finding 30 was the value add. As I said, DG has spoke on the scope of work that was provided to BDO for them to be able to advise us on those areas of weakness. Finding 30 was the value add. It was not part of the issues raised on the scope of work, but it's something that they have to look at as they were doing some site visits. Finding 1, what I've done, honorable members, I've tried to page the recommendations because what we have done to date relates to the recommendations that have been made by BDO. Some of these recommendations, just as a precursor to my address on the findings, some of these recommendations are repeating themselves. You find a recommendation on finding 1, and same recommendation will come on finding 7. So our treatment plan of those recommendations will remain the same. I won't be repeating those. That I will be raising on a particular finding. I won't be repeating it on the other finding. Or if I repeat it, please link it that because the finding is still the same. The recommendations of finding 1 could be found on the report in page 65 and 66. Basically, these were related to the facilities management contract that we have to make sure, related to the planning, inadequate contract planning with regards to the facilities management contract. And what were the recommendations? One of the recommendations was that management must request the detailed asset registers that the 2 consulting FM firms have created during the past 6 years to establish appropriate specification other than the current specification. Another critical recommendation was that the risk workshop be held between DBW, Parliament stakeholders, and as well as National Treasury to understand all the risk involved in the in-house maintenance. This is especially important considering the extent of the expenditure and the associated risk. Now, when BDO, just to give another context on these findings and the recommendations, by the time BDO was doing the investigation, we were at the tail end of the 2 facilities management contract, which was the BROL for the residencies and ACCUS for the parliamentary villages. And by that time, we were not yet in the position to have continuation of the facilities management contract. Therefore, there was going to be a gap between the facilities management contract and us having an alternative to ensure that there is a continuation of maintenance. So I just wanted members to take that into consideration. It was a gap measure for us to make sure that there is a continuation of maintenance, and therefore we were going to use our own house facilities management section in order to do the maintenance. So some of these findings will relate to that, but going forward, when we have a facilities management contract, some of these findings will really fall into place. But what we have done as part of the recommendations, they requested that we make sure that the asset register of the previous facilities management contract is kept alive and it's not lost in the process. We have then completed our asset register and we submitted to our RAISE section to ensure that that asset register that has been compiled by the 2 facilities management contract is not lost in the process. To an extent that the same asset register has been submitted to the current consultants as they develop the scope of work for the new facilities management contract. Our user demand management section will issue now our PIs. 2 years PIs is the procurement instruction, which is the instruction of saying we need to start a project, will be issued 2 years before the project is being established as part of the planning phase to give ourselves time to do the planning. We, on the findings of us having to do a risk assessment that the stakeholders, which include Parliament and ourselves and others that needs to have a workshop. We have established, after the appointment of the facilities management, the consultants to establish the facilities management contract. We then we set up a working group between ourselves and Parliament on the second quarter of last year, which looked at the risks that we had on the previous contract and how we can mitigate those risks. But more importantly, was for us to look at the financial model, whether the previous contract made financial sense and how can we make sure that there is value for money for the incoming contracts. As I said, honorable members, we as a stopgap measure, we have to establish or to make sure that the term contracts that are under our facilities management contract are appointed and make sure that they are continuing to ensure that there is a continuation of maintenance. But having now the consultants on board to set up the service providers, to set up a service provider for us, the service provider together with our systems, which is Archibus, will make sure that all the information that is sitting with the service providers, including the monitoring of our assets, will be transferred into the new new system that will be created.
Mr. Sazona, I just want to disturb you, please, man. You're going to have to, we're on finding one, we need to get to 30. The chairperson wants us to summarize. So you need to do that, please. We have too much of detail. You need to summarize to get to 30 quickly, please.
Thank you very much, PG. I will try my level best. Findings to arise due to the inadequate initial scoping definition on the FM contracts. What we have done on this one, as I said, the first one was the asset register that has been submitted, but we have also done the physical verification of our assets and condition assessments, and we have appointed the facilities management contract consultants for Cape Town, for residencies and for Parliament, and with that, we are now able to define our scope so that any FM contract that we put in place is clearly defined and how that will be monitored. On the third, findings arise because of the that the clauses of the contract don't make provision for refurbishment. Again, here, honorable members, the manner in which public works implement projects, we make a difference between the capital and the day-to-day maintenance projects. The day-to-day maintenance, we don't incorporate capital projects into them because you have to capitalize them. The danger of doing that is that you might not capitalize your assets and it might be an audit finding. However, we took cognizance of the recommendation in this respect, where in the new contracts we include what we call the corrective maintenance, which will then take which will assist us in making sure that what is being maintained at least has been refurbished first, but not at the exorbitant amount of money. If, for example, we have to change the air conditioning system in Parliament, we can't put it in the FM contract. We will do that as a separate contract. But if it's a component of the air conditioning system, we do that as a corrective maintenance within the FM contract. The fourth finding deals with the arise due to the maintenance responsibility not always carried over to FM contract after the maintenance contract with the original equipment has manufacturers expired. To deal with this matter, there are two folds on this one. We had now defined our financial model and the scoping and the bill of quantities, which is what the recommendation was. We have clearly, we understand with the condition assessment that we have done, we have clearly outlined what will be the scope of work and the bill of quantities of each. Secondly, which is a matter that will become out when we talk about project management, we also have the Archibus system that we're going to use, wherein we will be able to take the components of what needs to be refurbished into the system, so that we don't lose the value of when the system expires, when the component expires, we don't lose the warranties that are associated with that. The fifth findings is due to no formal movable asset risk management process in place, including project and project risk management. This is an area that our CPM branch, which is the construction branch, has taken into account. In December, in the immediate review workshop, they had a directive that they need to have a specific risk register, and before that, they are in the process of completing that. Following that, they will do the enterprise risk management internally, helped by our GRC branch. On the six findings, which relates to access control in Acacia Park, this finding is based on two elements. One was the outgrown trees that were blocking the view of the cameras, which create a security risk. This was done immediately. In fact, this matter, before it was raised by the BDO report, it was raised by the police during the oversight visit with the Public Works Portfolio Committee, and this matter was addressed. The second one related to an observation that the team, when they visited the Acacia Park, that they were not asked the access cards and all those kind of requirements when you have to enter. But this finding is not primarily something that is happening in the parliamentary villages, because police do that, but it's not within the purview of Public Works. Physical security is the responsibility of police. However, we have engagement with police all the time when it comes to those issues that are being identified. 7 arise due to being lack of maintenance of the intercom system at Acacia Park. This is a matter that has been discussed with various forums in Parliament, together with the Parliamentary Villages Board and the Member Support Forum. But we have on this matter commissioned an investigation as to whether these intercom systems are working or not. There are two views. Others said they once worked and they didn't work, and others said they never worked. But we are taking matters into, we are investigating these issues, and we are also putting people that were implementing these measures in place. We are taking them to task and to consequence management. They have been asked to respond as to why the systems have never worked, if they haven't worked, and if the system the second stage is then to take up the process after we have assessed the responses from them. Number 8 is due to inadequate maintenance of the gardens in the parliamentary precinct. This arised out of the again site visit in Parliament, where the grass was not growing. Another time, it was because of the water restriction. However, we also know that due to the lack of having the total facilities management contract on site, not only in Parliament, but also in the parliamentary villages, we made some interventions. We made interventions on the appointing some kind of contract. On the outdated project management, as I've said, system, we have now Akibas that we took some time to implement the Akibas. We are putting some other modules, expanding all the modules that are there. Currently, we have few modules on Akibas, but we have procured Akibas. We are now procuring SS providers to improve on Akibas. Finding number 10 is in respect of formal departmental requirements to either appoint consultants, contractors to perform formal project risk management. This relates to the same that I've talked about, where our CPM section is dealing with the issue of risk management, which they've drafted now a directive out of their workshop that they had in December. This arises due to lack of sufficient planning and stakeholder engagement at the time the project goes into construction. We have refined our SPO, standard operating procedures, and developed some gateways in the process, and the department has issued the terms of reference that have been submitted to the NBAC for a module on archivers that will ensure that we have a risk management module as well on that system. This arises because of inaccurate portfolio and program management system. Similarly, with finding level, the treatment is the same, that we have developed our SPOs and we just ensure that the project management module of archivers is built as a built-in dashboard to give us some red flags. We are in the process of final engagement with the service provider. This one arises due to supply chain management specification, evaluation, and education not performed with long-term maintenance in mind. As I said, the department has now appointed consultants to establish facilities management contract, the scope of work, and the general specification for the building and financial models, among others, is part of what the consultants have to assist us with. On findings number 14, which is the lack of appropriate capacity and project contingency calculations, the department has now increased capacity, particularly in Cape Town and in other areas in the, because this arises out of Cape Town. Department has in Cape Town appointed now chief construction managers, 8 of them, and 4 construction project managers. The other ones are starting now in on the 1st of February. The one is the lack of appropriate digital solutions to implement effective and efficient project management. The department has now implemented the paper trail, has developed the paper trail structure. And as I've said as well, that we are rolling out the archivers. We are just now in the process of getting the service providers to help us to build on that. On finding number 16, which came out due to the lack of appropriate project risk management is seen as a compliance exercise and not as a total improved decision-making and protection. And this, again, as I said, honorable members, some of this, the treatment is the same. The issue of risk management is the same as I've said in the other previous slides. The lack of appropriate implementation and enforcement of safety. Department has developed the risk management directive, which is the same issue that I've raised, honorable members, which the treatment is the same. The inadequate combined assurance, lack of quality management by contractors, consultants, and DPW during maintenance and construction. This is a risk element which we also want to couple with combined assurance. Our risk module that we want to build in Archibus and the risk directives that has been issued will be assisting us on this. But furthermore, the enforcement of compliance of safety by project managers and principal agents to stop at any transgression on the work done by the contractors. We will be enforcing that through consequence management. This was due to the usage of furniture, not use of furniture. Let me just apologize for that. This was due to the non-use of the 6th floor because of non-availability of furniture. This finding is outside the scope of public works, but we are engaged in Parliament after the refurbishment of the 6th floor, which have stayed vacant. But Parliament is dealing with that finding. This arose as a result of the walkabout that was done on the 90 plane building, which were issues of ventilation system design and fire protection in the precinct, not being reviewed by the fire consultant. The recommendation was that we need to make sure that on this one, we need to make sure that we look at all other buildings and see if they comply with the ventilation system designs. And what we have done in one building, we should be able to do in others. We have then appointed the consultants, as I've said, and the consultants have done the condition assessment. We then appointed an independent fire consultants who have developed for us a scope for us to be able to appoint a fire engineer that will help us to do that assessment in all of the buildings in Parliament. These arise from a broken door lock and the fire equipment. Again, this happened at 90 Plain. This, as I said, has been rectified immediately. The door was repaired and the fire extinguisher was serviced. This was as a result of what has been identified or as the potential wasteful expenditure and irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which was as a result of the bar chairs that we bought for after the refurbishment of the units for the sessional officials, which was kind of closer to the top. But those chairs are being used by the inhabitants of those units, and in our view, we have sent this to our compliance department. But in our view, this is not a fruitless and wasteful expenditure because the chairs are being used.
Can I request that the DG please intervene?
Sarona, can you please just finish up in the next 2-3 minutes? We go to the next section.
Yeah, we've had this report for 2 weeks, and it's not being tabled for the first time.
Sazona, 2-3 minutes.
Thank you, TJ. On finding 23 again, it relates to irregular expenditure due to the misuse of authorization, and this matter has also been referred to our compliance section, and it's looking at whether this can be categorized as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This relates to inadequate policies and procedures. Again, this matter is dealt with through our compliance branch in assessing whether this can be another irregular expenditure. On 25, no gateways reviewed process in place. The department, we are reviewing our SOPs, and as part of our SOPs, we do have some gateways, but also this will be cured through our Akibas system when we fully implement the other system I just provided. Now, the weakness on 26, weaknesses identified in the combined assurance plan, and the department is engaging with our GRC to assist to develop a clear action item of the enterprise risk management. On 27, it's the inadequate capacity of the internal audit function. The staff has been augmented there, both in Cape Town. There's been an assistant director appointed, and that position has been filled. This relates to the inadequate contract management monitoring and system. I've talked about Akibas, which Akibas we are putting together. We are now in the process of rolling out Akibas within the department. On 29, which are issues of consequence management, that project managers not held accountable, the department have taken a zero tolerance on that matter, and but it needs just to be explained because there were issues of not understanding clearly what are the key roles of those departments, of those project managers, and we are trying at the high level. These are the job description of these people. But if there are any issues of not work or not doing the job, the department will be taking consequence management. The last one, which is the value add, which was the fire protection and heritage assets. Because Parliament is heritage, the recommendation was that we looked critically at this holistically, where we have to employ a fire engineer. As I've said, that we have already started that process. We have done a condition assessment. We have had our consultants, fire consultants, which is part of our team, which has now developed a scope of work for us to appoint a fire engineer. Thank you very much, TG.
Thank you, Sazona. Mark, can you go to slide 47 so Sazona can just finish the business continuity? I'll conclude with slide 46. Thank you. Sazona, please do the business continuity.
Thank you very much, DG. On the business continuity side, we're working very close with Parliament as the user of the facilities. They have identified that 390 offices has been affected by fire, and 210 were offices used by MPs, 5 by presiding officers, 193 by the NA, and 13 by NCOP members. 184 of those offices that were also affected were party support staff. These were the first critical section that or category of people that needs to be accommodated. Parliament is working around the clock in terms of restructuring the offices internally before we go out and find any accommodation. What Public Works and Parliament has done is to identify certain offices first internally before we go and do any expenditure. The 6th floor of the 90 plane will be occupied, will be used and occupied. 8 offices on the 7th floor of 120 has already been identified and will be used by Parliament. The space in Africa House will also be occupied, and the 2nd and the 12th floor of the Parliamentary towers will be occupied. Now, what we also discussed with Parliament is then what will happen with the rest of the people that will be moved. I think one of the creative ideas that we need to do for the past 2 years, some of the staff of Parliament has been working off-site. Now, should we continue with that instead of having offices that won't be occupied, external offices? But Parliament is doing that particular exercise, and once Parliament has completed that exercise, we'll then know what size and capacity of offices are needed outside. What also we are exploring, about a week and so, we have done a walkabout. What we're also exploring is to utilize the facilities that we find in parliamentary villages, the halls and other facilities that are not being used max optimally, and to change some of those facilities into what we call business centers. But that is a matter that is still under investigation at this stage. What critically we see as an opportunity as well, the 9th to 14th floor, Parliament has written to us many a times since 2019 to request that we speak to the Department of Rural Development and Land Reforms to be moved into another space so that Parliament can occupy the entire space. There is a meeting that will be held between the DG, the DG of Rural Development, and the Acting Secretary to explore this and see if this matter cannot be expedited. Funds have already been found for refurbishment of that. If we can, as we do and restore Parliament, and also do with this particular project, it will assist us instead of relocating people. Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gile. Yeah, Sona, you have Sona?
Yeah, the Sona Parliament, yes, Parliament, we are assisting Parliament in making sure that Sona is continues and be held. The Parliament has identified the City Hall where we have been requested to put some infrastructure. That is ongoing, and we are now in the process of Parliament has identified Good Hope Chamber as a seat for plenary. We are working with Parliament. This afternoon we are meeting again to finalize the requirements that Parliament has put to us and whether we'll be able to meet those deadlines. Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you very much, Mark. Slide 46, please. Chairperson, members of the committee, with respect to the visual assessment on the 6th of January, after conducting a visual assessment of the fire-affected buildings, the department declared the National Assembly unsafe and requested the Secretary of Parliament to cordon off the area and to restrict access. Now, what has transpired subsequent to that is that we developed a scope of works for further technical assessment, especially from a structural engineering point of view. Certain tests need to be conducted to determine the safety of the building, as well as look at the scope of works to determine our options in terms of repairing the National Assembly and possible costings associated with the options presented to us. Chairperson, we follow the procurement process to avoid conducting an emergency process and creating an irregularity for which we'd have to explain. We follow the conventional process almost, and we are now at the concluding phase of appointing a contractor, a panel of experts. And once the contractor is appointed, which I expect to be today, the contractor will be given 1 week to complete the initial phase 1 assessment, which is to determine the structural integrity of the building. And once the authorities have confirmed all of this, they will be given 3 weeks to complete a detailed assessment that gives us options with respect to the structural safety and the different options available to the department in terms of refurbishing and repairing the building and any other options we have available at our disposal. One would not want to speculate what that might be. So that's where we are, Chairperson, with that process. We are on the cusp of making that appointment, and we hope to conclude as speedily as possible. The Chairperson, moving on to the very last slide, I'd like to thank you and the honorable members for your patience, and note our presentation on the review of the parliamentary projects through the BDO report, as well as our progress with regard to business continuity and our construction initiatives in the parliamentary precinct. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. Just one clarity-seeking question from me. This report, I'm not sure when it was drafted, but it looks like it's an information that has been compiled over a period of time. In relation to the current situation of Parliament, where does it leave us? Does it mean that you're still going to rework it so that then you then incorporate the current refurbishments and any other thing that needs to be done or that needs to be rebuilt in Parliament? How does it relate with the current situation? Well, with other parliamentary presence, I understand other buildings, your villages and other business, other buildings that are not necessarily affected by the fire, but the Parliament itself, where the actual fire has occurred and the damages, where does that, how are you going to work that? Are you going to review this report again, or what? Can I be clarified that I'm a bit confused when it comes to that? Then I will take hands if there are any.
Chairperson, I have my hand up.
Yes, I'm taking hands. It's you, Honorable Singh. It's Honorable Samantha. It's Honorable Madeline. It's Honorable Lesoma. It's Honorable Khadebe. It's Honorable Khai. In that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, just to follow up on what the clarity that you sought. From other reports we've received, there could be sections of Parliament like the NCOP and the old Assembly that might be available for occupation sooner rather than later. Now, the DG did tell us that they are going to appoint a contractor or somebody to do the assessment. Can they give us an assurance that it will be phased, that the NA part will be dealt separately from the other parts which may be readily occupiable? And the big question is, is there any indication when SAPS will officially release the precincts to public works for you to do your work? Because we do know during the last fire and that took place, there was a huge time lag between the time SAPS released and DPWI got onto the picture, and at least 6 months before anything started to happen. So I just want to know whether you're going to look at this in phases, because I just want to contend that whilst the Good Hope Chamber is a temporary measure, it may not be ideal because we can only accommodate 70 members there at a time. The second thing is the funds. You say funds have been secured for some of the work. Where have these funds been secured from? And then I will not speak to the issues around the parks and things like that. I think we'll deal with that at some other matter. And the last issue is, for some time now, we've been talking about the possibility of Parliament itself as an institution to undertake remedial work of an urgent nature that can be done by them. Now, the criticism is always that if you have to wait for public works and you go out to tender and all sorts of things for a burst pipe or something like that, it takes very long. And that has led to the partial deterioration of some sections of Parliament. So has there been any discussion between Parliament as an institution and public works to say, well, you can do, certain work, remedial work, and with our permission? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and thank you for the presentation. The Department of Public Works, Facilities Management and Construction Project Management are two of the core functions of this department, and yet these findings have found them severely lacking in both of those areas. Mr. Suzona said that they discovered that there would be a gap between the ability to appoint facilities managers for the two projects. But at the end of the day, that's already an indication of poor project planning, because they should have already provided for the end of those facilities management contracts and advertised for new facilities managers before those contractors ended. In 2020, according to the report, Parliament was advised that Public Works should not do the facilities management in-house because they do not have the capacity to do facilities management. But they went ahead anyway. My question is, you've got Multi-QS who's been the consultant on the facilities management side of things for a number of years. Surely Multi-QS, if you're paying them as a consultant, are in a position to adequately advise the department on what kind of facilities management requirements there are so that we are getting the correct facilities management businesses in place. I mean, facilities management speaks to things like fire safety, because that's the job of a facilities manager, is to make sure that the fire safety protocols are in place, that all the checks are done every month, that maintenance is done every month. And yet we have failed dismally in appointing a facilities management company to do this. I don't understand the point of these consultants. If you look at the various projects, you will see an example being Tynhuys. There were consultants appointed for 9 years for a project that should have taken 12 months, that ended up taking 27.6 months and went over cost. What is the purpose of a consultant who's not able to adequately manage a project on behalf of the department? And the same applies to almost every single project that is in this BDO report. There are consultants appointed for years before a contractor is appointed, and for years after the final practical completion is done by the contractor. And yet we have got massive cost overruns. Generally, I mean, Marks Building, over budget by 86.9%, over time by 129.7%. All projects on this precinct have been delayed. Only 4 out of 9 were over budget, but there were extensions of time on almost every single project. Part of the extension of time issue relates to Parliament and the access for contractors. And again, that speaks to what we were talking about earlier, about there being a joint committee that manages this precinct, so that we're making sure that security issues are not impacting on construction issues that are creating extensions of time that are costing the department money. We have to find a way of communicating effectively throughout the precinct with all the role players so that we don't have these cost and time overruns. It's the other big issue is communication generally. So they were talking about the fact where maintenance is done and then it's not properly handed over. So then the next person who's handling the maintenance doesn't understand when maintenance should happen. All of these speak to the problems that have arisen as a result of this fire, because facilities management is a problem, maintenance is a problem. And of course, the other major issue is, as was covered in the presentation, the difference between day-to-day maintenance and repairs and refurbishment. So one of the examples cited in the BDO report is where there's a roof leakage. So they patch the ceiling and paint that because that's seen as maintenance, but they don't repair the roof because that's a repair and refurbishment contract. So I'm deeply concerned that a department whose fundamental core being is around construction and facilities management is actually failing so badly at its core function. And finally, the last thing that for me is a massive concern is that the department, as we know, has had this report since 2020. And final requests, action plans, etc., are only being done in March of this year. How has it taken 16 months to deal with issues that are critical? If you look at the findings, there are 30 findings. Of those, 2 are medium risk, 10 are significant, and 18 are critical. And we're taking nearly 2 years to come up with treatment plans for these findings. We are in trouble in the parliamentary precinct because if we don't address these matters quickly, another fire, another disaster is imminent, and we will not be in a position to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll carry on from where my colleague left off. Mr. Sazona, I would like to just alert you to something that you said. Maybe you can clarify it for me. But I would like to just say one thing. The presentation that was just made by Acting DG Faisal has not come to us. We got the BDO report. Granted, we had it 2 or so weeks ago. We did not have this report that was just presented to us by Mr. Faisal. This is a summary report that none of us had seen before. So we were all hastily making notes while he was running through this report, him and Mr. Sazona, while we were trying to make notes. But I do want to say that nothing that was in this BDO report came as a surprise, really, to those of us in the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, because we have been highlighting the weaknesses relating to facilities management and the lack of cohesion and leadership within the DPWI since we came into Parliament in 2019. But like my colleague, Honourable Graham Murray has said, so many of the issues that we find are critical. But Mr. Sazona, you said that the contractors got this report in May of 2021. Minister Delol, you claimed that you only got this report in September 2021. So Mr. Sazona is telling us that the contractors got the report before you did. That is amazing to me. And yet, members of the department got the report in November of 2020, because that's when the BDO report was handed to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. That's ringing bells all over for me. And to carry on from where Honourable Graham Murray said, please let me read the words to you of what it means to have a critical finding. The results of a critical finding, the results of this finding, along with the identified effects, should the risk materialize, will have a critical impact on the organizational's financial position, reputation, and ability to continue operations. Immediate corrective action at executive management level should be taken. So when we talk about and bandy about the words consequence management needs to be applied equally across the entire department, please let us include our minister and our deputy minister, because that means the executive management needs to be held equally responsible. We cannot buck pass to directors general and other members of the department, because consequence management needs to be taken at executive management level. And it's not a personal thing. It doesn't matter who the minister is in the department. It has to be taken at ministerial level, because at the end of the day, that is who the leader of the department is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I think we must try our level best not to liquidate other committees and other select committees in terms of their responsibilities, and try our level best to focus on ourselves. Why are we dealing with this matter? Notwithstanding that the report was more of a public works and infrastructure portfolio committee. That's one, Chair. I totally agree, and I'm repeating what you said earlier on, that we need to segment issues so that this multi-committee must deal with what involves them or concerns them and what we agreed upon to look at in this matter, pending the mooted investigation that will be sanctioned by the Speaker. That's one, Chair. Two, Chair, I would not do justice, however, not to talk to the evergreen projects that one gets. And here, when the report, which has been reporting to us quite a number of times, to say that the level and the appetite of responding to AG's issues, how much appetite does the department has on that? Because some of the issues, ordinarily AG would have raised them, and he has been raising them. Are we getting any joy in terms of responding to that? And what level is the department have the capacity as the department vis-a-vis outsourcing everything and nothing else? And if you have outsourced everything, and of course you'll rely, and the potential of evergreen projects would continue. And I think the minister and the acting DG must look closely on that, and the portfolio committee, without directing them which side they must look at. But we must appreciate this big report, Chair, because some of the things as the portfolio, as the Joint Standing Committee of Parliamentary Financial Management, it has empowered us in terms of doing our detailed, thorough, when the reports get presented before us, not thinking that somebody, another portfolio committee is taking care of them, in particular in terms of parliamentary related matters. The last point, Chair, let me just check my notes here. The other one is that the business continuity or the organizational re-engineering or configuration of the department, I'm sure PW's and infrastructure committee also will look at that, whether it's not an open-ended project that will never end in terms of appointing and restructuring departments so that we place right people with the right skills, so that when they give support to Parliament as the asset management department, they do have the prerequisite skills and the people in the right places without undermining anyone. They're doing their level best, but there's still more work to be done. But I'm sure even the forensic audit report also will pick up that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. First of all, a person will have to welcome this report as it is. I think that this report is coming at the right time, although this report was commissioned even before the fire. So there's no way this report will be related to the fire issues, but it will be related to the fire issues as the projects are rolled out. That one of reconstructing Parliament, that one of ensuring that the services within Parliament are up to standard. In moving forward, I think it's going to work. But what I'd like to comment here about this report is that when you look at slide number 13, the key issues identified, I think that when you look at that slide, it was good that the Department of Public Works appointed BDO, because that slide, those issues which are identified have gone straight to the issues which are problematic within Parliament and the villages. In Zulu, we'll say that by Shais Kongosi, because it is precise. You know, when you look at the issue of the organizational issues, lack of appropriate skills, the issue of planning, the issue of system, the issue of specifications of the contract, the issue of the contractors not being oversighted. Those are the problems which we had with all the projects within Parliament and in the parks. That's why I made an example in the previous meeting that you had someone who failed spectacularly in maintaining the garden of Laboria Park, which is the smallest park, but that person later being awarded a biggest park, which is the Acacia Park. When he was in the small park, he could not even pay his workers, his employees on time. But I think with these key issues identified and the recommendations which are recommended, I think it will go a very long way in ensuring that we are going to have a better environment in which we are going to work. But what I want to lash on here on this issue of the fire in particular, even concerning this BDO report, is that we have in the NA a total of 400 MPs. In the NSOP, we have a total of 52 MPs who are full-time. I can see that with this report there is that the space which is provided, I'm asking myself, is it going to be able to accommodate 452 people? Because this issue of the lockdown might be revised at any time. So we'll need the members of Parliament to have a space where they're going to work. As they roll out this project of continuity of the work stream on construction, or even before you go outside, when can we get a report that you'll have secured enough offices so that all the MPs of Parliament on any given day, we can have 52 of them working in Cape Town, doing their work as they're supposed to be doing. Apart from the MPs, also the support staff, because without the support staff, the MPs are going to be handicapped. So that's why I'm asking that question, that when can we have a report, that when can we have a full complement, that now we've got adequate space to accommodate everyone who's needed there. We might have challenges on the issue of the venue, like the hall, the Good Hope, which was identified, but we can have rotation there. But at any given time, the parliamentarians' workplace is Parliament, it is in Cape Town. So you must be able to do that. And then the last but not the least, on this issue of work streams, who is working that? Is Parliament represented there? Is there a permanent representative? Because the public works cannot do the job on its own. And it means that continuously there must be someone from the side of Parliament who's always observing and guiding when necessary. But we know that the expertise will lie on the side of the public works. But as I said before, I really appreciate the way the Minister of Public Works and the Deputy Minister reacted so quickly on the complaint of the Speaker of Parliament, the former Speaker, Methandumdise, that you commissioned this report. This report came at the right time. I think with this report, you'll be able to implement the maintenance plan of the Public Works Department in its totality. You'll be able to ensure that the government-wide Immovable Asset Management Act will be implemented in its entirety. Because if you can look at those two things, you can see that we can have better working spaces. Again, thank you for the job well done around this issue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. I also welcome the report, Chair, and the progress that has been achieved with regard to the implementation on the findings, the 30 findings. But Chair, what is also of concern, Chair, is the role of the audit internal audit unit, as to what is its role. Because in terms of identifying all these 30 areas, because I mean, we would not be even having this BDO report for me if the internal audit unit was doing it. Because if you look at the report on the introduction, it says the internal audit unit is required to provide assurance to management and the audit committee that all immovable infrastructure, capital and maintenance projects in the parliamentary precinct are implemented according to the required regulation and monitored accordingly, and to make recommendations where improvements are required for the department to achieve its goals and objectives and to reduce risks to an acceptable level. So I'm saying that there should have been a role initially played by this internal audit unit, so that there would be no need to even commission the company that was responsible for the BDO report. That is my starting point, Chair. But the next issue, Chair, I hear that there will be consequence management that is going to be undertaken. Can we be updated to at this stage? What is it that has been done with regard to consequence management? But I also agree, Chair, with those members who raise a point about the issue of time frames. This report was ready in 2020, but in terms of some of the areas that are now being implemented in terms of the action, you find that there are no time frames in some of the areas. Can we have time frames in these areas so that we know this will be done by this particular time? For example, the issue, if this report was in 2020, but there's an issue of the intercom, at Acacia Park. I mean, you can't be saying we are investigating in 2022. We are still investigating. It means some of these areas are only prepared for this meeting, so that you say something for the purpose of this meeting. You can't be investigating why intercom is not working when this was said to you in 2020, but you still were investigating in 2022. So for me, those are the critical areas that I think management should be looking at. Come up with the timeframes with regard to the implementation of the action plan, and also this issue of the consequence management, which we must be updated on today, because these issues were identified in 2020. So by now we should know whether there has been any suspension, there have been any disciplinary action that have taken place. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Chairperson. Chair.
That's Henry's phone. Member Henry, I see there's Matapelo Suiso's phone. Member Matapelo.
Yes, yes. I don't know if Henry, I raised my hand the last, I don't know if Henry will be doing before me.
I beg your pardon, member?
I said I raised my hand the last one. I don't know if Honorable Henry is still available, or should I just go in?
It's fine. You're on the platform already. You may go in. Then Honorable Henry's, Honorable Henry's will follow, and the last one will be Honorable Matapel.
Okay, Chair.
Chairperson, we've just dislodged the Honorable Matapel. She was on the platform.
That's fine.
Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And sorry for raising. I was attending to an issue. I raised my hand the last one. Chair, I was looking at the presentation, and you know, there's a tendency that is being done by the Department of Public Works, especially, and I feel that it's injustice to the portfolio committee that we never get documents on time. We only see them here. And this is what happened even the last time, which makes it very difficult for the committee to do proper oversight and to hold them accountable for them to come and answer questions. And in the last meeting, I said it and I'm going to say it again. The Department of Public Works lacks leadership. You can just see how the degenerating role of public works is. And there is no accountability, failure for delivery of work, and which leads to fruitless and wasteful expenditure by the department, where you find projects can run if they say, as Honorable Graham has stated, that a project would be told that is for 24 months and then it runs for 10 or 15 years with the same contractor. That leads to wasteful and fruitless expenditure. And it's very worrying because of public works will not be able to do their work as they are supposed to be doing their work, and it becomes a problem. So I'm still saying that public works lacks leadership. Leadership does not mean that you must sit in an air-conned office and wait for reports without you getting your hands dirty and making sure that everything is done as it's supposed to be done. That's where we are with public works. There are still other cases that are going to come. And when I go to the BDO report, I ask myself, if there was no fire in Parliament, were we even going to know about the BDO report? Because we only heard about it in corridors, but we never saw it. We talk about the report that we are told that was submitted in 2020, and we are in 2022. And the report was just sitting there and nobody said even, and it goes again back to leadership, that the minister can come and sit there and say that the report was never tabled beforehand. And we are supposed to take somebody serious, which it clearly shows that there is a lack of leadership. So I would also concur to say that if there's going to be consequence management, then there should be consequence management from the top right down to the lowest officials within the department. Maybe it doesn't matter who the minister is in that department, but that needs to happen. That's only my comment for now, Chair. And I'm still waiting to see if there's any consequence management that's going to happen. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Matapelo. Louisa, you still want to speak?
No, I'm done, Chair.
Yes, I've spoken. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any member that would like to speak? None? I will now invite the department to give us the responses.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. Can I proceed?
Oh, Minister, you are welcome. I'm sorry, I did not recognize your presence. You're welcome, and thanks for attending.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I have just confirmed with the Secretary of the Joint Committee that a copy of the report was sent to NOLA, who I assume is the Secretary for Public Works. I will certainly investigate because I know we have sent the report already on Wednesday, and apologize that the members have not received it. I'm just waiting for confirmation from NOLA, but the Joint Standing Committee definitely did confirm now that she has sent it to the Secretary of the committee. Honorable Chairpersons, a lot of issues were raised. A lot of the issues I agree with. And we are giving reports regularly to the Portfolio Committee. One of the reports that we have also brought to the attention of the Portfolio Committee was, and I'm not trying to make excuses, I'm just repeating what we have said before, is the long time it takes to fill vacancies. The Facility Management Department has been without a DDG for some time, and a process was started. We've had the interviews, and the HR Department of Public Works have now to submit that application to the Department of Public Service and Administration. And there's been massive delays with that. I have just a week ago checked with the acting DG to find out how many of these HR appointments are outstanding. But once we get the full information, we will certainly report back to the committee. Now, the BDO report and the timelines of the BDO report is in the submission, and I will definitely not repeat them. But I have raised a similar question about the availability to the administration of public works and the availability of the report to the administration of Parliament, and why Public Works only started doing investigations in end of 2021. And the acting DG is also investigating the delays there of appointment of consultants, appointment of contractors. Part of the delays that I've always questioned is that before we can do any work on a particular key point, national key point area, or a heritage site like Parliament, we are obliged in terms of the SARA Act to appoint consultants with that heritage experience. And I must say that from a heritage side, when it comes to Parliament, they have always been helpful to the department, but it is the delay in procurement of first consultants must be procured, then the consultants must then do the scope of work, and once the consultants has done the scope of work, then finally there will be a tender process. And the shortest time a tender takes in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is 56 working days. So the acting DG has come up with what he calls a 10-point plan that we have started implementing as from the beginning of 2020 already. And there are some green shoots that we are beginning to see. But I will be the first to admit that there is still big room for improvement. We've also discussed with the acting DG, honorable members, that the department called Governance and Risk, where all the risk identified in the department, and the Internal Audit Committee also identified that our Government and Risk Department is also a risk to the organization, and that we need to make sure that we get the proper risk register of all the branches within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. In our monthly meeting next week in Pretoria with the mint of the top management, a lot of the issues raised by the members today is also part of that agenda, and we will certainly report back to the honourable members. The issue around project management. Project management in government in general is a lack of skills there. We've asked the acting DG to do an audit of the qualifications of all project managers within the department, because we've got project managers in all 11 regional offices that report to the regional managers. Then we've got project management at national level. There's also a shortage of proper, skilled, qualified project managers within the construction and project management branch. And I just want to assure the members that we are aware about all of these shortcomings, and we are addressing that within the framework of the law. In terms of accountability, I think both the Deputy Minister and myself, over the past 2 years since we have taken over the department, we have always come to the Portfolio Committee for advice and for direction. And as far as the recommendations from the Portfolio Committee, we have tried at all times to keep the Portfolio Committee up to date on what we are doing. I don't want to go back and blame anybody that were there before the DM and myself, because it's one government, it's one constitution, it's one country, and therefore we have to continue to bring improvement. And we are working, honorable members, in terms of one of the 7 key priorities within government to build a capable and ethical state is the recognition that there are shortcomings. And a project led by the Deputy Minister, she is busy implementing change management within the department. Next week, we will be up in Pretoria, and the Deputy Minister is going to go a walkabout to inspect and to make sure that some of these things have been implemented. So yes, we want to be held accountable by the Portfolio Committee. We listen to your advice, we listen to your recommendations, but I want to assure the members that this is all work in progress, and we will certainly come back and give you reports on a regular basis. Through you, Honourable Chairperson, I will ask the acting DG and his team to just respond to some of the other questions raised by the honourable members concerning the BDO report. The BDO report was given to the Speaker in September of 2021. Recently, when we discussed it with Madam Speaker, she had asked that she would like to get a full briefing on the report before she was going to process it and get it into the systems of Parliament. So we are checking diaries with the Speaker to see when we can do that. And then, of course, the report will be officially also put on the ATPs of Parliament, and the committee will further interrogate the report. With your permission, Chair, I will give over to the acting DG and the other colleagues to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister and Honourable Chairperson, honourable members. I want to touch on the questions first from the first speaker, Honourable Singh, asked questions about the contractor and the separation of the affected from the non-affected buildings. I want to assure the honourable member that the expert team that we are using will look into the areas affected by the fire. What we did as a department, our own engineers conducted a visual assessment of the damaged areas, and based on the outcome of the visual assessment, they concluded it was not safe to enter the building. The experts will conduct further work in the same area based on a forensic examination to make a further determination of safety and whether or not the police can enter, and if so, which parts of the building may be entered and under what circumstances. The separation of those buildings not affected is something that we are doing. Our internal engineers are going to be reviewing those. In fact, they're currently doing so we can provide advice to Parliament with respect to occupation and the safety of the remaining buildings. So yes, there is a separation of the two. Moving on to the question of funding, the Acting Secretary of Parliament and I, together with National Treasury, have had meetings. So we are engaging each other quite early to look at possible funding requirements pending the outcome of the assessment to be conducted by the engineers, and also any other funding requests we may have going forward. So far, we've been able to absorb any further costs on our budget, and we don't have any significant costs at this time. But once we conduct the further assessments to the National Assembly and the building itself, there obviously will be a budget to talk about and to deal with. With respect to time to repair, I believe that that will also be an outcome of that relevant process. I have Mr. Slabangwane with me. He is the head of our construction work stream dealing with this. Mr. Slabangwane, please raise your hand if you wish to add to my comments. And then moving forward to the areas in connection with the BDO report itself, Honorable Chairperson, I think I must just echo what the Minister has said, that we accept the findings of the BDO report as symptomatic of deeper chronic weaknesses in the department, of project overruns, poor quality jobs, and also time overruns, so having budgetary implications. So we do acknowledge this. And in fact, I want to also note that this audit was initiated by the Minister as well as the Speaker. So it's commissioned by the organization itself in recognition of our challenges to commission an independent view of some of our control weaknesses. And Honorable Chairperson, I want to add that the department has implemented the IDMS, which is the Infrastructure Delivery Management System. It responds in a large way to the control weaknesses and the symptoms contained in the BDO report. In fact, the IDMS has been in the pipeline for a number of years. That has involved the National Treasury as well as Construction Industry Development Board. It's a methodology for the delivery of infrastructure from cradle to grave. So we are in the process of implementing the IDMS, and we see this as an opportunity to mainstream IDMS in our business and deal with some of the ongoing challenges one is vulnerable to, which is the construction industry being vulnerable to cost overruns, to budget overruns, and time delays in projects. So we're looking forward to implementing the IDMS and having a stronger control environment from which we are allowed to operate. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Sazona to come in and answer the specific questions raised, but I'd like to conclude just my part by sharing that I have commissioned the internal audit unit to give me a full report based on the BDO findings to effect consequence management. That's beyond the recommendations of BDO itself and those that Mr. Sazona spoke about, so that we can formalize this process and hold the respective project managers and other individuals, whoever they may be, irrespective of rank, we can hold all of these individuals to account. So thank you, Chairperson. I would like to ask Mr. Sazona and then Mr. Mokotu, who's our head of construction, to make an input and respond to some of the questions. Mr. Sazona.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, Chairperson, as well. DG, I will respond on Honorable Graham Marais as much as you have responded on part of the issue of cost overruns and what the department is doing. I will focus on the issue of the communication between the stakeholders on the implementation of projects in Parliament. We have, together with Parliament, established what we call the integrated project management methodology, where we are now having a close relationship to close the gap of poor planning, because there has not been communication amongst the stakeholders to identify issues of risk. We have implemented that in projects that have been endorsed by the Secretary of Parliament and the acting DG. And we have those committees running to ensure that there is proper planning going forward. To add on to what the DG and the Minister said, I think primarily we also see this report. We welcome this report as a department, and we see it primarily more as a corrective report. As part of, there are some issues of punitive that needs to be, measures that needs to be applied. As the DG said, that consequence management will flow for some of the wrongs that has happened. But it has helped us to start to restructure ourselves in the manner that respond to the recommendations that has been made on the report. To Honorable Heckling, I think the Minister has made it very clear, not now, even previously, that the report was given to the Minister in September. It is quite true that that report was given to Minister almost a year later. However, the report administratively, the issue the Minister has publicly said that is being investigated as why this report was not provided to the minister, I will try to stay away from that particular exercise and the outcome. But having access to the report and to the meetings and trying to make sure that these things are not happening in the past, we were in the process of being proactive even before the report went to the minister, for us to be able to implement some of the elements and not wait until the report goes to the minister. To Honorable Khai, on the issues of timeframes, we have developed the audit action plans with timeframes. It's just that in this report, in our presentation, we are unable to get into the details of the timelines. But it is a moving train, because we have particular timelines, but these timelines are being reviewed from time to time. Like next week, as a team led by our own internal audit, we will be reporting on the action items and the timelines and whether we're meeting the timelines or not. So we do have a document that talks on the timelines, which we can make available. But as I said, it is a continuous, a moving train where this thing is being reviewed from time to time. I think, DG, there was a comment made by Honorable Lesoma on the Evergreen project, which is not particularly based on the report, but maybe our CPM branch can comment on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tebeka and Vasna. Can you follow? Tembeka, are you there? Otherwise, Mr. Slabangwane, can you hear me? Chairperson, I don't hear from the colleagues. I wanted Mr. Slabangwane to give an update on the appointment of the experts, but I don't hear from him. But I think I've covered that, and I believe we've covered the questions, Chairperson. If there's anything, I'm happy to come back to it, but otherwise, perhaps I should hand back to you.
Okay, I first had to check if there are any hands. Okay, yeah, no, thank you. This is work in progress. Thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, that's fine. I think we've come to the end of our first part of the meeting, which I'm now going to allow officials from the department to exit the meeting. But before they do that, maybe let me firstly appreciate the work that has been achieved so far since this unfortunate incident that happened in Parliament. We also want to appreciate the contribution and the cooperation of all ministers, the Minister of Public Works, the Deputy Minister, she also appeared in the committee, the Minister of Police and the Deputy Minister. At some point they also did appear, he also did appear in the committee. No, Deputy Minister, no, he hasn't. But the Minister of Police, yes, he did. The executive authorities for spending sleepless nights and hours trying to get to the bottom of this. Officials from the Western Cape Fire Department, you were there, you know, you are the first ones who felt the heat. You've been inside the venue, you know how does it look like. You are more traumatized than all of us. And I'm not sure who am I forgetting before I go to members of parliament. The secretary, acting secretary to parliament as well, thank you very much for the work that you've put through to this far. As agreed earlier on that this is work in progress, I want to officially say that issues related to security now, they will be tabled before the police portfolio committee. Issues related to public works will be tabled before the portfolio committee of public works. And Parliament will then deal with issues related to finances and any other issue that you may feel that maybe it will be relevant. But so far, members, your engagements, your contributions, they have really assisted in terms of speeding up the investigations and holding the executive accountable. So we're not saying that we officially close this form of a meeting. If there's a need for us to meet in this manner so that we avoid duplications we'll definitely do that. But for now, I would want us to now, members intensify in their areas of portfolios where maybe more relevant experts will be invited to come and account before the portfolio committees. To the chairpersons of other committees, of police, of public works, we thank you as well for always availing yourself, both the NCOP and National Assembly. We thank you as well for always availing yourself and for allowing yourself to be subjected to this joint standing committee. So honorable members, I want us now to get to a point whereby we release all officials, ministers, and maybe the acting secretary to Parliament may remain, the speaker may exit the meeting, and also other portfolio committees. I'm not sure if they are going to form part of our oversight trip, a proposed oversight trip. I think it's a side issue that we can discuss amongst ourselves as the standing committee so that we can finally agree on logistics and the way forward. So it's a matter that does not need everyone present in the meeting. It's not a secret. If members of the media or any person who feels like continuing with us in this meeting, it's fine. But I feel that it's an item that it's more direct to members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Finances of Parliament. With those words, I want to officially say that you are free to exit the meeting. Thank you very much. Let us continue to work as a united team so that our presentations should have uniformity and we should show that we are one government. We represent the same people and our interests are the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. While they're exiting, Cindy?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, can you flight the whatever information that you have regarding the trip, regarding the oversight? Let me not regarding the trip. It's not a trip, it's an oversight. Oversight visit. Can we get a briefing on that?
Yes, Chairperson. I just wanted to check if you're now not going to give the Secretary to Parliament opportunity to respond.
To respond on?
Remember, the agenda was amended to include that item.
No, they've responded.
Okay.
They've responded. That's where the speaker came in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not sure if the speaker still has anything to say, but they've responded.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to double check.
Is the speaker still in the meeting?
She has left, Chair.
Yeah, no, she has left. Yeah. They've responded.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay, so
Can you then
I'm
provide
ready.
the information regarding the oversight, the planning and
Yes, Chair, I've got a draft program for the oversight that is ready, but before I flight that, maybe just update the committee on what we've done so far. So we've contacted all members, and we've got 12 members who will be participating, 12 members from our committee who will be participating in the oversight. And then we also extended, because the other committees were always here with us, we also extended to the other committees, the police committee, the police portfolio and select committees, and the DPWI portfolio committees and select committees. And altogether, there will be 30 members who have confirmed their participation. 30 members? No, the delegation will be 30, including the members of staff. Santla has completed all the logistics. So we know who needs flights, so all of that is done. And then we've been in contact with Mzungu from Institutional Support Services, who assisted us with the venues that can be visited. So she's confirmed that the Good Hope Chamber, 90 Plain Street, the 6th floor, and the NCOP buildings renovations, and the City Hall can be included in the program, because the other sites where the presiding officers have been allocated, those venues are too small, and so out of concern for COVID regulations, she's advising that we don't visit those ones. So then we drafted a program. Let me just find it quickly. For you, we have a program. Okay. I don't know if you can see it, Chairperson. Okay, members, are you able to see it?
Yes,
Not yet opened.
It's not saying anything. It's just saying Oversight Visit 2020. If you can try to open the document.
I haven't opened it. Is it better now?
No,
on mine?
it's still on folder.
Okay, let me let me share from here quickly. Is it better now? Is it fine now, Chair?
Yes, it's fine now.
So based on the information we got from the ISSD, this is the program we've developed. So that we can start with an orientation briefing where all the stakeholders will present a joint briefing just to talk us through the visit that we will be undertaking. Then the tour of the Good Hope Chamber, the tour of 90 Plain Street, the tour of the NCOP building for an update on the renovations, and then we'll proceed to the City Hall. And then at 2 o'clock, we can have a debriefing session where members can raise whatever challenges or concerns they have from the site visits. But this is just a draft program. That's it from me, Chair.
Chairperson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I think she concluded the program.
Are there issues that members would like to raise? Any dissenting view? Any suggestions? But members
Honorable Chair is Lesoma. I would like to recommend that we take it as a working program. We accept it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Malisoma. I see
Chairperson,
there's a hand. Yes.
Chairperson, allow me, I just want to confirm that yes, Ms. Zungu will be leading the team of members with her respective officials, just to say we're aware of that and we've set the whole process for yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Secretary to Parliament. All right, members, there we have it. Cindy, do you want to speak up on logistics? Did you touch on logistics that you're going to provide ground transport?
Yes, Chair, oh, let me see. Yes, Chair, am I still audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, okay. Yes, Chair, SAPS has arranged the ground travel for us to go from members' accommodation to Parliament, then to the City Hall, back to Parliament, and then back to the accommodation or the airport at the end of the oversight visit. We've got all the members who have confirmed, all of their details have been taken, and we will also be circulating a form that members are required just to sign off on via email, just to confirm that we've got their details correct so that we don't have challenges on the trip. So all of that is already done. The only thing that is left for us to do is to now this afternoon submit our political application. Mzungu has also provided us with a risk assessment report confirming that the risk is low because we will be on the parliamentary precinct, but we will nevertheless have PPS officers escorting you the entire trip.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything is in order. The only thing we needed still was members go ahead to continue with the program.
All right, that's fine. The program is in order. It has been accepted. All right, members, I think that brings us to the end of our meeting. And then since the other committees will be coordinated differently from us. You're not responsible to coordinate everything.